1 hurricane. It made landfall around 4 a.m. Central Time near Matagorda Bay, Texas. Harris County Judge Lena Hidalgo.
The storm is a large tropical system, so that's why it'll take those full 12 hours to pass through our entire county. It is simply not safe to be outside.
Beryl left a deadly path of destruction through the Caribbean, blowing roofs off buildings in Jamaica and uprooting gas stations in Mexico. Closing arguments in the corruption trial against New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez are expected to get underway today. Senator Menendez says he expects the jury to find him not guilty as the federal corruption trial nears its end. This coming after about 2 months of testimony. The defense rested its case last week before the July 4th holiday. The New Jersey senator did not testify in his own defense. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg More Now with John, Alex, and Paul.
Thank you so much, Michael Barr. So here's an interesting article in Bloomberg Business Week, which you should definitely check out. It's stuff that we know, that like young people are retail trading, that sports betting is a big deal, but there's some cool numbers in here that I wanted to share from you. So according to Charles Schwab survey, young people, Generation Z, start investing when they're 19.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
That compares with 32 for Gen X and 35 for baby boomers. Schwab also found that almost 3 in 5 Americans today are investing in stocks.
That's a good thing, isn't it?
I don't know, is it?
I think so. It's creation. I mean, that's the best way to create wealth, assuming you're investing, but not just trading.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, it feels like it's called a trading account. They're opening a trading account in minutes. If you make the money, that's great. Then you go and spend it. Henceforth, we continue to see a consumer boom.
It sounds like they're latched on to what they think is a get-rich-quick scheme. And as Paul can tell you, because of his vast experience, you just buy, hold the good stuff, and you know. And
it's not just that. You get ETFs in Bitcoin, right? That also has sort of spurred a lot of movement there. You get zero-day options. That's really turbocharged the ability for these guys to trade. And then apparently sports betting. Americans wagering more than $220 billion in the past 5 years.
Which is a great way to lose money.
Exactly. I mean,
but if you win, you win.
Yeah, but I mean, the house always wins. So, and you can say that about the stock market. I don't know. But I mean, you know, I just think the technologies has made it so much easier because it's literally right on your phone, and the kids are so adept at, you know, using apps for everything. And why should financial services be any different, I guess? And so that is probably the big difference. Back in the day, you'd have to walk into a Merrill Lynch office and sit down with a broker and open an account and sign millions of pieces of paper and all that kind of stuff just to go out and buy 100 shares of, you know, Minnesota Mining and Manufacturing, as Tom refers to it.
Which is like, and just is that good or bad? And I don't know if we know the answer to that. I mean, it's good when interest rates are zero and stocks keep going up. Otherwise,
the Sweeney offspring maxing their 401k.
That's the thing. That's the way.
The way to go.
This is the way. All right, coming up, we're going to talk to Sam Fazeli of Bloomberg Intelligence on this deal with Eli Lilly and Biotech Morphic.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney.
The real outperformance has been the U.S. corporate high yield.
Are the companies lean enough? Have they trimmed all the fat?
The semiconductor business is a really cyclical business.
Breaking market headlines and corporate news from across the globe.
Do investors like the M&A that we've seen?
These are two big-time blue-chip companies.
The window between the peak and cut changing super fast.
Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, coming up in this hour, we're going to check in with Abigail Doolittle. She's going to be in studio giving us the latest on these markets. Sam Fazeli, Bloomberg Intelligence, he's always over in London. He covers all the big pharma companies. Eli Lilly back out buying some more companies out there. It's Monday, which means you got big pharma out there buying, and we're going to check in with Sam Fazeli on that. Jared Dillian, author and founder of the Daily Dirt Nap. I don't know where we go with this one, but Jared's always got some good stuff, so we'll bring that to you in this hour. But right now, let's go to John Tucker and get a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Paul and Alex, major stock averages, they've paired some of the earlier gains. The chip makers, they're getting a boost today with NVIDIA rallying after UBS raised its target. They cited what they called exceedingly robust demand for NVIDIA's products. Shares of NVIDIA right now up 1.2%. Slowing economic data set to test the rosy profit projections in the critical earnings season for the S&P 500. The big banks, they officially kick off the second quarter results this week. Meantime, Lori Calvasina, head of U.S. equity strategy at RBC Capital Markets, she remains positive on stocks.
We think that even if maybe we're a little bit overheated in the short term, we have to pay the price for that at some point. But generally, over the next kind of 12 to 18 months, the trajectory is most likely higher.
Some of the individual movers, let's start with ExxonMobil. They expect refining profits to drop. That's because of lower margins across the industry. So that's going to reduce earnings estimates for the second quarter. ExxonMobil down about 0.5%. And after their results, best performing stock in the S&P 500, the glassware maker Corning. Those shares up 9.5%. Overall, the S&P 500 up 5 points. That's a rise of a tenth of a percent right now. 55.73 on the index. That's good enough for a record. S&P 500 up 166 points. And the NASDAQ right now, the record there, intraday basis, up 18 points, up a tenth of a percent, 18,372. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
Thanks so much, John Tucker. We also get the Fed releasing, the New York Fed, I should say, releasing its survey of consumer inflation expectations coming down. The 1 year falling to 3%, 5 year falling to 2.8%, 3 year at 2.9%. That was up a little bit, but still. So, you know, we're getting there is the theme. All right, let's get to you some market drivers here. What's really moving in the market? Market Drivers is brought to you by Interactive Brokers. Discover the future of trading with their next generation trading platform, IBKR Desktop. Download IBKR Desktop at ibkr.com/desktop. So Abigail Doolittle is here with some of those movers. We got to start off with the general Paramount. Finally, it's done.
Finally, it's done, but shareholders not so pleased at all. And, you know, there's been weeks and months and maybe even years of speculation about whether or not a deal would get done to sell Paramount. Right now, the stock down 1.9%. I should mention off of its down 4% lows, but also well below its pre-market highs of up a couple of percent. Over the last few weeks, though, this stock up more than 20%. So I think not everybody's surprised by this because, of course, it's been in the news. This deal was off between Sherry Redstone and Skydance's David Ellison to sell Redstone's National Amusements to Skydance for $8 billion. They, of course, have the 80% controlling stake in the stock. But now it's on, and it's kind of just like, oh, you know, it happened, and the stock down 2%. The big question is whether or not David Ellison's Skydance can turn Paramount around with assets such as CBS and MTV. And Paul, I know you think that it's a tough road.
It's a tough road because it's a tough business for all the media companies to trying to make this transition and generate some types of profits. But it's also tough to do when you have a pretty highly indebted balance sheet as well. So I think I've got a couple things to focus on.
What else are you looking at?
I'm looking at Bitcoin because Bitcoin right now, it is down. Yeah, it's down 56,000. It has broken well below a key technical level around 56,500. And with that break, it suggests we're going to see Bitcoin go down to about 40,000 dollars per Bitcoin token or so. That's the long-term uptrend coming out of 2016. The weekly RSI is well out of overbought territory, telling you the momentum is going down. What's interesting to me about this is the technicals are so strong. If you do on the Bloomberg terminal top Bitcoin, there are people out there talking about these very same levels. So it seems as though the charts are reading very clearly for people. I'm actually surprised to see this because usually other people aren't talking boldly about the charts, but Bitcoin risk crashed to 40K due to Mt. Gox supply blast. Now, I don't know about the Mt. Gox supply blast, but the 40K does look pretty legitimate. What makes that interesting to me, and of course you have some of the crypto stocks such as Marathon Digital down in sympathy today, is that Bitcoin has for the last couple of years been seen as a tell of risk on, risk off. So if it does go down to 40,000, I'm not one of the people who thinks the VIX is broken. I think that we could see the VIX move up pretty quickly if we do move into a period of risk off, whether it's eco data, earnings, the Fed. But this suggests that maybe there is going to be some cross asset class volatility to the downside ahead.
All right. And how about What else, any other names out there that are jumping out at you?
Well, NVIDIA is, I would say, big tech. And so if you take a look at the S&P 500 right now, up 0.1%, the NASDAQ flipping between small gains and losses. For the upside, it's NVIDIA and Avago, both of those stocks up more than 1%. On the downside, it's Meta, Microsoft, Apple, Google, Adobe, Amazon. So we continue to have these mini rotations within big tech, but overall, indexes have been rising on this so far. Let's see if that can continue.
All right. Abigail, thanks a lot. We really appreciate it. Abigail Doolittle joining us there on all the market drivers. And apparently we got some guy named Sam on the line.
Yep.
Is that what we're doing here? So this is about Eli Lilly. It is buying another company called, hang on, let me get my notes. Thank you. This is why I love Paul. Morphic. Apparently it's going to help your GI tract, which everybody really needs.
Help.
Let's be honest. Sam Vazzelli, Bloomberg Intelligence Director of Research for Global Industries and Senior Pharmaceuticals, joins us from London. Hey, Sam, what is Morphic? Do we like this deal? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, so Alex, thanks for having me back on. It's been a little while. So this deal is about adding to their immunology franchise. Of course, everybody knows Lilly for the endless the headlines that are related to GLP-1s and obesity and cancer. Today we have apparently 10 cancers that are not cured, but risk is reduced with those types of drugs. But the reality is there's a lot more to this company before the GLP-1 business ballooned with regards to obesity. And one of the areas they're in is immunology, or otherwise known as immunology and inflammation, or inflammation and immunology, I&I. And I&I is also a very attractive area because these are areas where we all have issues: rheumatoid arthritis, psoriasis, Crohn's disease, inflammatory bowel disease. All these things are stuff that we have been suffering from for years. Obesity probably increases the risk too. So, and they've been a very active company in that space with 4 drugs on the market already, and they've been doing deals adding to it.
Sam, $3.2 billion, not a big deal for Lilly, but is this typical of what we see out of big pharma companies in terms of if they see a therapeutic or just a piece of science that's interesting to them, it's better to buy than develop internally?
Yeah, so I would say that around 30 to 40% of pharmaceutical companies' pipelines comes from this type of interaction, either at an M&A deal, i.e. I bought the whole thing, lock, stock, and barrel, or I license a specific product. In this case, so I'm looking at Lilly, we have a database of course, we have the MA function in the Bloomberg terminal, but we've taken that and dissected a little bit more and added on the BI dashboard detail about the types of drugs that are in those deals. And M&A is one of that. So I'm looking at 12 deals that Lilly has done in the past 5 years. And I'd say that only like three of them are in the cardiovascular metabolic space, i.e. diabetes, obesity. The rest are oncology, CNS, and of course, 2 are inflammation and immunology. And this is one of them. So now it becomes 3, right? Because that's not quite updated yet. And they're all in that sort of range. 8 billion for Loxo, 1.1, 880 million, 2.4 billion. So we've got a good bunch of deals, and they're all in that level, which the pharma companies call bolt-on acquisitions. And that's their sweet spot of M&A.
See, Alex, everybody thinks that the smart people in BI, pharma, and healthcare researcher guys, people like Sam Vazzelli, that's not really the case. It's this young lady named Grace, and she's at Princeton.
Yes.
And she maintains a world-class model that tracks the millions of drugs that are in various stages of, reviews around the world, and clients put huge value on work that she does, and that allows Sam and some of the other analysts to go out there and talk about these drugs. So Grace, great job as always.
We love the Paul shout out. That was awesome. So
we
Sam,
do, and he needs to. This particular shout out goes to another great lady who's called Mila Bankovskaya, who's also part of our team. But nobody matches up to Grace, of course. Grace has been in the Catalyst calendar that year, and I don't match up to her. Nobody matches up to her.
Okay, so based on that, what are some of the cool things that are out there? Like cool drugs that we should be talking about? We never get to talk to you when there's no crisis, really. So what are some cool things out there? Yeah,
so obviously in the obesity space, there's breakneck evolution of different modalities being combined, trying to make it much more focused on fat, preserving some muscle, making it work better for the liver part of the disease. And that's all going to come to fruition over the next 2 or 3 years. Oncology, as I've been saying all along, is seeing amazing developments. You know, we're developing these disease hubs, as you might know. And just for lung cancer, we're developing almost 13 different subgroupings of lung cancer. And it just shows you where treatment of these diseases have got to. And the same applies in inflammation and immunology. And in that space, we're dealing with technology that is really cool. This particular acquisition and the one that they recently did almost exactly a year ago, called DICE Therapeutics, are all about dealing with proteins that are very intractable to inhibition and normal drug discovery. And these two companies have developed oral drugs, small molecules that interact with these targets. And the beauty of this, of course, is, you remember all that worry that people were having about what happens with the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, and its impact on small molecule development, because it specifically puts them out saying, after 9 years, irrespective of your patents, we're going to come back in and negotiate prices. Well, here's Lilly, who's done 2 deals that are specifically small molecule deals. When the biology is interesting, when the drugs are interesting, I think the deals happen. Now, whether these will get to market or not, who knows? I mean, pharma isn't infallible when it comes to these deals. But at least it shows that when they see something interesting, they go for it, irrespective of small or big molecule.
Sam, people, for better or worse, are living longer and longer lives, which makes every family, it seems like, is dealing with some type of dementia or Alzheimer's and things like that. How does the pharma industry, healthcare industry, how do they think about that? How are they kind of getting ready for that?
Yeah, so, you know, the beginnings, can I just give you an example, an analog for Alzheimer's disease is obesity. We've been at this obesity game for a year, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. I remember one of the old drugs from Roche Pharmaceuticals that's still around, called Ally, that reduced the amount of fat you absorb as you eat. Of course, what does that create? Fat left in your stomach. Lubrication, I'm going to leave the rest of it to your imagination, right? So that was the idea. That was going to be helping you lose weight, maybe 3%, 4%, 5%. And then it took a lot of time before somebody started discovering these things. Say, oh gosh, we can get to 15, 20%. If you're a 250-pound person, we can help you drop 70 pounds. That happened in obesity. I'm hopeful that the same happens in dementia and neurodegenerative diseases. It's very much tougher. Yeah, I mean, all biology is tough, but CNS is tougher because it's a black box. It's a disease that evolves over 20 years, 30 years. And by the time your disease manifests, you've already had a lot of organic change to your brain. But there's the first products that are approved. With the first products approved, you do get a bit more incentive to develop the next one. Go better, go another mile further. And that's where I'm hoping, at the very least in Alzheimer's disease and Parkinson's, we're going to be going there. Other diseases are a bit tougher still.
Do you think that we'll ever have a preventative drug for Alzheimer's, or just a treatment to delay?
Well, I think it's very tough to prevent, because how do you know who's going to get it? That means you and I, especially I, because you guys are much younger than me.
Yeah, I'm like 22.
Paul he's just come out of school, right? So my thing is that at what point do you start taking these drugs, right?
Yeah.
How do I do that? So that becomes difficult. Who pays for it? And if they're preventative, how long do I have to take them before I know? I mean, how do you even do a trial then?
Yeah.
So don't forget, though, in Alzheimer's disease, you can go into the early mild dementia and try and slow down the disease. But step at a time, and I think we'll have something. Might take a decade or two, but hopefully we'll have something.
And Sam, is this something, if we see announcements on this front, will likely be, the big pharma companies that you cover making acquisitions of some of these smaller companies that are just focused on this one particular thing?
Probably, and don't forget that also the large pharma companies, I mean, the 2 drugs that we have on the market today, Leqembi and I forget what donanemab's called, it's just been approved, so I can't remember his branded name. I'm sorry, Eli Lilly. They both came from within either the pharma company or a Japanese partner However, in the case of Leqembi, that came from a Scandinavian biotech. So both of these are true. The question is, who's got the firepower, the money to spend the billions required to develop these? And that's often ends up being the pharma companies, the large pharma companies.
Do you feel like no matter who gets to be president in November here in the U.S., are we going to see massive drug pushback? Like, I realize it's probably a campaign tactic, but President Biden coming out last week and talking about how all the things were so expensive and really blaming like Novo Nordisk. He wrote an op-ed with Bernie Sanders in USA Today. What do you think?
I think this is a hot potato. So which hand am I going to? I think it is I don't think they are aiming their guns at the right group of companies. I think you could always argue that drug pricing, because it's the easiest thing, it's a drug that people have to buy and it says Lilly on it, right? Is difficult for some people. A lot of people can't afford them. But there's a lot of middlemen that need to be looked at too, where the increasing cost comes from. And you know what? The best way to entice people to develop obesity drugs, to bring down the price, to bring up competition, is to allow the market to do its job. Yeah. The market will do it. Already, these things are not costing $1,000 a month. We're much closer to 500 net. Let the market do the job. Bring more drugs on. The volume goes up. You can drop the price.
Yeah. Hey, Sam, thanks so much for joining us. As always, expansive discussion like we like to have with Sam Fazeli on all things big pharma and biotech. Sam Fazeli, he runs that Bloomberg Intelligence thing over there in Europe for us, and his day job is being one of the top healthcare pharma analysts in the city of London. Eli Lilly back at it. Boy, I've said it before, I'll say it again. In my next life, I'm coming back, I think, as a healthcare M&A banker. Because every Monday, it seems like you wake up and boom, there you go. Eli Lilly buying U.S. biotech Morphic, $3.2 billion. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom. This Bloomberg Business Flash. Major stock averages. The higher right now. You had a Fed Bank of New York survey showing U.S. consumers' near-term inflation expectations falling for a second straight month. We're going to get more hard inflation data this week with the release of the CPI, and that comes on Thursday. Ahead of that, investors are going to be looking for dovish signs from the Fed chair, Jerome Powell. He's going to testify before Congress starting tomorrow. Traders also awaiting the start of the earnings season. Of course, the big banks start opening their books. That comes Friday. Some of the individual movers right now, NVIDIA rallying, UBS raising its target on the stock, citing exceedingly robust demand. Shares of NVIDIA, they are up 2.1%. Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing briefly surpassing $1 trillion. And also standout Russell 2000, the small caps, that is higher right now by about exactly 1%. Dow Jones Industrial Average up 72 points. The S&P 500 adding to its record, 8 points higher, 55.74 in the index. And the Nasdaq Composite Index adding to its record, 58 points higher, 18,411. And we check the markets for you all day long right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex and Paul.
All right, John Tucker, thank you so much. We appreciate that. Alex Steele, Paul Sweeney, we're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. We're streaming live on YouTube, so head over to youtube.com and search Bloomberg Podcast, and that's where you'll find us. Alex, you know me, there's very few places in the world that would get me away from my beloved Jersey Shore.
True.
But the low country of South Carolina is definitely in the running. It is beautiful down there, nice people, beautiful part of the world, and that's where our next guest is, Jared Dillian. He's the founder of the Daily Dirt Nap. Jared, a million ways to go on this thing. I think for a lot of investors, as they look at these stock markets, they look at their 401k, they're doing pretty well, but boy, there's a lot of headwinds out there. And for me, maybe the biggest one is the concentration risk in this market. It gets me nervous when I pull out those Magnificent Seven that my market's not doing a whole lot. How do you think about that?
Yeah, I think about it the same way as you do. If you look at, actually, funny you mention, I was on Twitter a couple of weeks ago, and somebody had posted a paragraph from an interview with Stan Druckenmiller. And this was about the crash of 1987. And Stan Druckenmiller had cited a couple of reasons why he got bearish before the crash of 1987. And one of them was the concentration at the time, was the fact that the market was being led by just a handful of names. And if you go back in history at all these major tops, that usually co-occurs with the top is that you do have extreme concentration, and we're certainly having that today.
So what does that then mean? I mean, just because history doesn't always repeat, it rhymes, that whole thing, which, like, I also roll my eyes at that too. And what that looks like. No one's going to doubt that we're in some kind of bubble, but no one knows what the bubble winds up looking like and how it bursts. And that puts people in a really big bind if they're trying to make money.
Well, the way I look at this is that the cost to protect a portfolio that looks like the S&P 500 is the lowest that it has been since 2019. If you go back towards the end of 2019, options became very cheap, and then you had the pandemic in 2020, and they exploded in value. This is the cheapest that protection has been in the last 5 years. So, a day that I think about in particular is February 27th, 2007. That was the day that China raised reserve requirements and the ABX dropped by 10 points, and the VIX exploded from 10 to 20 in a day. Usually when you transition out of low vol regimes into high vol regimes, it is a very violent move.
So, Jared, we're going to be starting earnings at the end of this week. We'll have some of the airlines and then the big banks on Friday. Is this earnings season a catalyst or a potential risk for this market, do you think?
I don't think it's much of a risk. It's funny. We've gotten a slowdown in the economic data that has happened for the last month or so. Really, the only strong piece of economic data we've gotten in a while was last month's payroll report, which came in at 270,000, which then was revised lower this month. Jay Powell last week was commenting on how he's seeing disinflationary forces. I think earnings are a lagging indicator, and I think that the economy is slowing down, but I don't think it's going to show up in this quarter's earnings.
Do you think that for investors, it's going to matter more when the Fed starts cutting, what the results of the presidential election are, or what earnings, particularly from the AI names, deliver this quarter?
I think the biggest factor out of the three that you mentioned is the presidential election. I mean, that's going to determine the path for monetary policy going forward in 2025 and 2026. And if Trump gets reelected in November, then I think what you're going to see is probably a rate cut cycle that lasts throughout 2025. You might see 100 to 150 basis points of rate cuts. I think if Biden gets reelected, I think it's more of the same. I think it's more of a higher for longer trade. So, yeah, for sure, the election is going to be the biggest catalyst there.
Jared, again, we've talked about the concentration risk here, and I don't know, I guess somebody wants to be brave enough to try to break away from that and look to other areas of the market. Do you see opportunities in other areas of the market, whether it be a valuation entry point or whether it's just some parts of the market are just kind of mispriced?
Well, I think the biggest opportunity is some kind of reversion in the style box trade. We've had large cap growth outperforming small cap value for the last 20 years. And, I started my career in 1999, and that was also a time when large cap growth was outperforming small cap value. But when small cap value turned around 2001 or 2002, that was a really big move, and it made the careers of a lot of investors. So I think if you can time that right, if you can catch that, then that's a really big opportunity.
I mean, I feel like, yes, how? Like, what are the signs? Maybe this is for both of you guys who've been in the market for a while. Like, how do you time that? Because I feel like everyone's waiting for small caps to have their moment / value to have their moment. And that moment is like fleeting. It's like, here's a week and then see you later.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's been. You've had these sort of blips along the way where value outperforms and then it goes back to getting killed again. I don't really have the answer to that. Although, I will say that the average stock in the S&P 500 is not super expensive. The median stock in the S&P is about an 18 PE, which, is pretty reasonable over time. It's really a handful of stocks on the high end that have gotten really expensive.
So, Jared, Alex and I were just discussing a story in the Bloomberg Terminal about how younger people are beginning to trade at a much younger age. So, for example, Gen Z started investing when they're 19 on average. That's according to Charles Schwab. That compares to 32 for Gen X and 35 for baby boomers. So people are getting into the market a lot younger. Are you seeing that in your business, in your newsletter business, in your commentaries?
Well, it's funny because in my spare time, I'm also an adjunct professor at Coastal Carolina University, and I teach these young people. And I would say that jibes with my experience. In my last class, I would say about 40 to 50% of the class had brokerage accounts. They had no idea what they were doing. I mean, they were just screwing around. But and a lot of them trade crypto, by the way.
Yeah.
So it's a mixture of crypto and NVIDIA and stuff like that. But yeah, they are starting at a younger age.
Is this like a good thing or a bad thing? We were debating this earlier. Like, I mean, it's a good way to lose money, but isn't it also good to kind of make money and take control of your finances? Like, what do you think about that?
Well, I think it's a good thing, but I don't think anybody's taking control over their finances. I think what they're doing is learning. I think they're learning how to invest, and they're making mistakes at an early age when they can afford to make mistakes. If they lose $800 on NVIDIA or some crypto token, there really are no consequences. The consequences are if you start investing later and you're investing real money and you make mistakes then that's hard to reverse.
All right, Jared, thanks so much for joining us. Jared Dillian, he's the founder of the Daily Dirt Nap, a financial column and money letter that goes out. It's been doing that for quite some time. Looking at the markets here, I'm going to try to pull out something of interest.
Did you fall asleep already or no?
I'm looking at, I guess the only thing that's of interest to me today is Bitcoin. I mean, Jared was talking about the kids, it's still trading. That's off 1.7%, 52,300. And Abigail was talking about some technical levels to be aware of. So that's it. I mean, the indices, the stock markets, and we got the S&P up 0.1%, same for the Dow. The NASDAQ having a little bit of move of up 0.3%. But it's a busy economic week.
Yep.
It's a busy Fed week. We'll hear from the Fed this week. And then we'll get some CPI data, of course, and then earnings at the end of the week. So there'll be plenty to work on.
Yeah, there is stuff. Scott Ribner over at Goldman Sachs, who does great commentary every day. He's really in the weeds of like what's moving, what's not. He says the first 2 weeks in July are usually the best, and then it just fades out.
Okay.
And then nothing's going to happen. Then you're going to see some issues. He said something like, we're out of firepower at the end of the day. Like the buyers are out. There's nothing left to sort of buy up. And then you have the elections, et cetera. So you wonder if we're just going to be in a real quiet period, even though we'll still have earnings.
And then, see, the time of year that, like I was on the New York Stock Exchange floor on October 19th, 1987 when it crashed. So October's always been scarring for me, but that's because it's been the weakest month of the year typically. So, you think about it, September into October, there are headwinds for this market, whether it's valuation or whatever, so we'll have to see if we have a rough fall. So we'll see.
And there's the whole election thing happening.
Oh, that's right.
Right.
With our news in New York City. There's no
Thank you very much, Paul. Alex, John, President Joe Biden wrote today in a letter addressed to Democratic lawmakers and released by his campaign that he is not going anywhere and will remain in the 2024 presidential race. Biden later spoke to MSNBC this morning.
I don't care what the millionaires think. And by the way, 97% of all the people who contribute to us are people making under 200, contributing under $200. I think we have the largest contingent ever in history. I'm not positive of that, but I think that's true. And so I want their support, but that's not the reason I'm running.
Biden sent the letter as members of Congress returned to Washington for the first time since his debate performance set off a panic about his ability to defeat Trump. An unexpected result of France's snap election, a surprise win by a left-wing coalition in the country's parliamentary elections, could send France into political gridlock. The new Popular Front won the most seats in Sunday's vote, but was around 100 short of a majority. Right-wing National Party leader Marine Le Pen says the outcome will hurt France.
France is going to be totally deadlocked with three groups of roughly equal size in the National Assembly. So that's the way to go. It's unfortunate we will lose another year of illegal immigration, another year of purchasing power loss, another year of insecurity exploding in our country.
The national rally's Marine Le Pen speaking there through an interpreter. Her party won 143 seats, while President Emmanuel Macron's allies secured 156. The new Popular Front got the most with 178. Hurricane Beryl swept the shores a Category 1 storm in South Texas with heavy rains and powerful winds knocking out power to 1.5 million homes and businesses. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Mike LaBarre. This is Bloomberg.
markets, headlines, and breaking news 24 hours a day on Bloomberg Radio, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
And I'm John Tucker in the Bloomberg Newsroom with this Bloomberg Business Flash. Stocks, they are mixed right now, the major averages. And the S&P 500, the NASDAQ, adding to the record highs they set last week of the specialty glassware maker Corning, surging 10%. That's actually the biggest gain in the S&P 500 after raising its sales forecast. The traders also looking ahead to several earnings reports this week. J.P. Morgan, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. They're going to open their books on Friday. And Stephanie Roth, chief economist at Wolfe Research, she's focused on inflation readings this week.
So we're looking for 0.22% on core CPI, which should put the Fed at another month of core inflation actually close to where they're looking for. So that would put core PC at 0.19 or below, in which case that's another month that's putting them closer to being able to cut in September.
Well, there's fresh news on inflation in advance of Thursday's CPI. New York Fed reports near-term inflation expectations dropping for a second month for the month of June. Right now, the S&P 500 up just 3 points, 55.70. That's good enough for an intraday record. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is 20 points lower right now. And the NASDAQ is up right now. NASDAQ Composite Index, 52 points. That's a rise of 0.3%. And the Russell 2000, one of the standouts, it was up 1% earlier. Right now, up 0.6%. And we check the markets for you all day long, right here on Bloomberg Radio. I'm John Tucker, and that is your Bloomberg Business Flash. Paul and Alex.
Thank you so much, John Tucker. I'm Alex Steele with Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the news and analysis in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence analysts. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries worldwide. And every day, every week, I should say at this time, we take you to Bloomberg NEF. That research is also awesome. They cover commodities, power, transport, industry, buildings, ag sectors, as well as cross-cutting technologies and sustainability issues. And the goal is to help business, finance, and governments navigate the change as we move towards a green future. Speaking of, let's go to green. Martin Tangler is head of green hydrogen over at Bloomberg NEF, and he joins us now. Martin, I'm just asking for Paul. What's green hydrogen?
So just to give you a correction, I'm the head of hydrogen research, not just green hydrogen.
Oh, okay, good to know. We like that.
Green hydrogen is one way of producing hydrogen via electrolysis, so that's splitting water into oxygen and hydrogen using green electricity. So that's what green hydrogen is.
So explain to us where this technology, green hydrogen, where are we in terms of the development of this technology?
Yeah, so this is a really, it's an old technology at its core. We've used it for more than 100 years. We've done electrolysis of breaking up water molecules into hydrogen and oxygen. What's new, though, is that this time we want to use green electricity in order to reduce the emissions from the production of what's called gray hydrogen being hydrogen made from fossil fuels without any capturing of the resulting CO2, which is how we make the vast majority of the hydrogen today. And many countries, many governments have been incentivizing the production of green and sometimes also so-called blue hydrogen, that's gray with carbon capture and storage attached to that, so that we can decarbonize, the production of the gray hydrogen that we already produce today, 100 million tons. It's a lot of hydrogen we make. And also to use hydrogen in some other sectors to decarbonize things like steel production, for example, or shipping, where it's really hard to do electrification.
Why do we want hydrogen? It is very expensive to split. It is more expensive if you are going to split hydrogen and oxygen using renewable energy. So why do we want it? What's the end product so awesome?
Yeah, so we want it, as I've said, in order to reduce emissions. That's the only reason. Honestly, today, making green hydrogen, as you said, Alex, is more expensive than making gray hydrogen. And in turn, making gray hydrogen is more expensive than using fossil fuels because gray hydrogen is made from those fossil fuels. So we only use hydrogen in sectors where it is required for the chemical properties of it today. So that's production of fertilizers, things like ammonia, NH3. You cannot make NH3 without putting H in there, right? Same goes for oil refining. You need hydrogen. And for future, as I've said, we're going to need it for sectors that are going to be really hard to decarbonize using electrification. For example, it's really hard to run a ship that runs across half the world on batteries. You just don't have enough batteries. Batteries are too heavy. They take up too much space. We need something denser. And one way we could do that, for example, is to combine hydrogen and nitrogen into ammonia, or hydrogen, carbon, and oxygen into methanol, and use those to power the ship instead as a more energy-dense fuel.
Martin, which countries or which parts of the world are leading in this green hydrogen move?
This is a really hard one to say. If you asked people 5 years ago, they tell you it's totally Japan that's leading. Japan is the first country that had a hydrogen strategy way back when in 2014, when nobody has even thought about hydrogen to the extent that many people are today. But now you could say the real leaders are the US and European Union and its member states. In the US, as you're probably aware, the Inflation Reduction Act was passed back in August 2022. There were some pretty generous tax credits for the production of green and blue hydrogen, and we're seeing especially the blue hydrogen projects in the US now coming through because the economics could actually work out. On green, it's a bit more difficult because companies are still waiting on guidance as to the rules under which they could claim these credits. In Europe, there's a lot of excitement. Europe is the one place with probably the most sincere desire to decarbonize and the strongest policies to do that. We have carbon prices. We have mandates to use hydrogen. There's very few other places where you have actual mandates that require the use of hydrogen for example, shipping or aviation. That's what we're seeing in Europe.
The other question that I keep hearing about is, the IRA, for example, did a great job in incentivizing production of it and helping bring down the cost. But where it looks like things are falling short is the demand side. So despite those subsidies, the buyer and the seller cost for hydrogen is still very far apart, and that's creating a difficulty in securing that demand. Where is that gap right now, and how do you see that evolving?
Yeah, that's actually the key issue, Alex. You really hit the nail on the head. There's so many projects out there, and we have a database for that at BNEF. So for those of you who have access, definitely do come and check it out if you haven't already. We have a database of production projects. So that's all the projects or all the companies with all their projects that would want to produce hydrogen. And we're talking tens of millions of tons, 60 million tons by 2030. So that's compared to 100 that we already make today for gray hydrogen. So it's a vast increase that we could see if only there was actually someone who would kindly want to buy that green hydrogen or that blue hydrogen. And why don't they want to buy it? Because it's expensive, like I've said at the beginning. And what's needed to bridge that? Well, first, ideally, the cost of renewables should come down, and they will be coming down as BNEF keeps writing. That's great because the key input into the production of green hydrogen is the cost of green electricity. Then we need to see the cost of electrolyzers, so that's the machines that split the water into oxygen and hydrogen. They need to get cheaper. That's going to happen, but so far we've seen the opposite. The costs have actually gone up. The supply chain issues with hydrogen, with electrolyzers have been quite challenging. And finally, we need to see policy. And we see a lot of policy on the supply side. So the US, for example, 45V, 45Q credits for from the IRA for the production of green or blue hydrogen. That's great, but that's probably not enough. Maybe enough for blue, but not enough for green to want somebody to buy it. So that's where the European Union comes in with things like quotas, mandates that a certain sector must use a certain amount of hydrogen by a certain date. And that's a pretty crude way of enforcing hydrogen demand. And there's many pros and cons of that, but that's one way to get it done.
All right, Martin, thank you so much for joining us. Martin Tengler, head of hydrogen research at BNEF. Not for nothing, I think probably the most stylish dresser, male dresser in all of Bloomberg is Matt Winkler. Guy just walked past with his entourage, nice tan suit.
I was going to say, what does that have to do with hydrogen?
Yeah, I was like,
Matt, he's explosive.
He just walked by, and it was just
Paul was really focused on hydrogen. He's really invested in this space. I think it's cool. All right.
Matt Winkler bringing it today. This is...
We were going to do it at the same time.
Let's do it.
company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
And I'm John Tucker in the newsroom. Look at some of the company stories we're following. Google is no longer claiming to be carbon neutral. They've ended the mass purchase of cheap carbon offsets and thus stopped claiming that its operations are carbon neutral. This according to the tech giant's latest environmental report. The Alphabet unit has claimed that it's been carbon neutral in its operations since 2007. So the status was based on purchasing carbon offsets to match the volume of emissions that were generated from its buildings, data center, and business travel. But in the latest report, the company states starting in 2023, we're no longer maintaining operational carbon neutrality. So these changes to the carbon credits purchase strategy coincided with Google and big tech push on artificial intelligence, which Bloomberg, a news investigation showed is extremely resource intensive. As a result, Google's total planet warming emissions in 2023 are actually 48% higher than they were in 2019. Microsoft telling employees in China that from September, they're only going to be able to use iPhones for work, effectively cutting off Android-powered devices from the workplace. The company soon requiring Chinese-based employees to use only Apple devices to verify their identities when logging into work computers or phones. This according to an internal memo that was reviewed by Bloomberg. And another way to become addicted and die of cancer. A slew of Zyn competitors, this is Z-Y-N, so I think I'm saying this right, Zyn, the Russian. Well, the company name is Z-Y-N.
Wait, Zinfandel? No, Paul.
It's a Philip Morris-owned brand. They're facing a run on supply for oral nicotine pouches and also a U.S. subpoena, so more competitors are popping up.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
Happy Monday, everybody. We all made it in. Alex Steele alongside Paul Sweeney and John Tucker. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We keep you up to date all the news in business and finance and economics through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence analysts. They cover 2,000 companies and 130 industries. We also keep you updated on world and national news. And for that, we go to Michael Barr. Michael?
Thank you very much, Alex, Paul, John. President Joe Biden pledged to fellow Democrats he will remain in the 2024 presidential race, seeking to quell an intra-party revolt against his campaign. In a letter to Democratic lawmakers released by his campaign, Biden said, quote, "I am firmly committed to staying in this race and to beating Donald Trump." Terry Haynes, founder of Pangea Policies, said the president delivered the same message in an ABC television interview Friday night.
Biden was, I thought, very direct on Friday night, regardless of what you think about the directness or, how, whether it's advisable or not. I mean, that's where it is. And unless there's another glitch of the kind that existed in that debate, he's going to stay in. And that's what he said.
Terry Haynes of Pangea Policy. The letter comes as lawmakers return to Washington from a holiday recess for the first time since his debate performance that set off a panic about his mental acuity and ability to defeat Trump in November. Over the weekend, some prominent House Democrats said privately they want Biden to step aside. Hurricane Beryl held on to Category 1 status well after it made landfall before sunrise this morning on the Texas coast. With an 80-mile-an-hour wind, Beryl came ashore at Matagorda Bay. Public Information Officer Mitch Thames.
We've got substantial flooding along the Gulf Coast. Please stay where you are. It is not safe to be on the road.
In suburban Houston, one person died when a tree fell on a home. So far, Beryl has knocked out power to 2 million homes and businesses. Chicago city leaders are responding to the holiday weekend violence that saw over 100 people shot and 19 people killed across the city. This morning, Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson vowed that the city's police will do what they need to bring those responsible to justice.
There will be consequences. There will be consequences for the violence. We will not let criminal activity ruin and harm our city.
Officials say local gangs are to blame. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it. With Bloomberg News Now, I'm Michael Barr. This is Bloomberg. Paul, Alex, John.
All right, thanks so much, Michael Barr. Appreciate that. So here's something that caught my eye from ABC News. Apparently, new parents in Baltimore could get a $1,000 baby bonus on their proposal to fight child poverty. What's interesting is that this is a group of teachers in Baltimore that are behind this. They recently secured the necessary 10,000 signatures to bring the question to voters as a ballot initiative in November. Loosely implemented, the model is loosely implemented from the one we saw in Michigan, Flint, Michigan, where women get $1,500 during mid-pregnancy and $500 per month for the first year after giving birth.
Really?
Really,
Where
yes.
does the money come from?
Well, I don't know. It's above my pay grade. I'm assuming taxes, but I don't know if that's true.
Well,
but
I can tell you that in that city, there is a very large presence of this company here in the philanthropic endeavors, and they're marvelous. It's as I've had the opportunity to go in there several times, and you should be very proud of the people, the folks you work for.
Yeah.
Well, also, I mean,
absolutely.
It's not going to cost that much. Let's just recap this for a second. 7,000 children are born in Baltimore each year, so the program would cost about $7 million annually, which is only 0.16% of the city's annual operating budget. This is according to supporters.
Okay. That's the numbers help to put it in
There you
perspective.
go.
But only 7,000 kids born in. I thought it would have been a lot more.
Yeah.
But I don't know why.
I just think that this goes to, we talked about healthcare for older people, right? What about then healthcare for younger people? Like both ends of the spectrum just are so messed up. It's like, how do you afford to have a child? How do you afford to care for elderly parents? It's a combo.
That's right. Child care and elder care. I think elder care obviously is going to become a bigger and bigger issue
Totally
for
agree,
more and more
yes.
people, and that'll make it a political issue because as more and more people are sitting there, whoa, I have to take care of my boomer parents.
Yep.
So
I mean,
I think that's going to be a big political issue going forward. So we'll see. S&P 500 unched on the day. The Dow off 62 points. NASDAQ up 58. Balance of Power with Joe Matthew starts right now.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Now comes the real test for Joe Biden. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as the president tries to convince Democrats here in Washington and around the country that he's up for the job, with a major news conference set for this week and more lawmakers, Democrats, on Capitol Hill calling for him to drop out of the race. We'll get the latest from Washington this hour. Bloomberg White House correspondent Jordan Fabian with insights from Bloomberg opinion columnist Andreas Kluth looking ahead to this week's NATO summit. We've got new Bloomberg polling from the swing states, awfully important, and we'll have analysis from our panel today. Republican strategist Chapin Fay from Actum, Democratic strategist Janae Wartell from ARC Initiatives, along for the ride. We've got a lot to catch up on. We'll do that right after we check Wall Street. Let's get up to date on the markets now with Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Hello there, Joe Matthew. Lows of the day right now on the Dow, giving up earlier gains, down 65. A drop right now of 0.2%. We do have the S&P little changed, higher by 2 points. Any close higher today will be another record for the S&P. Right now, the S&P is at 55.69, up less than 0.1%. NASDAQ higher by 57, on track for a record close there, up 0.3%. 10-year, 4.28%. 2-year yield right now, 4.62%. Gold is down 1.5%. Spot gold, $23.55 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, 82.34 a barrel. Traders are bracing for Fed Chair Jay Powell's congressional testimony and inflation data later in the week. They're also keeping an eye on political developments out of Washington. But is it too early for equity markets to be concerned about politics? That question this morning for Stuart Kaiser, the head of equity trading strategy at Citigroup Global Markets.
It does feel a little bit early, but when you move that debate schedule up, I think it forced the market to kind of gravitate towards these things a little earlier than we would have liked. I mean, look, it's very, if equity markets are talking about politics, it's probably a bad thing, right? It's political risk, not political opportunity in most cases.
Stuart Kaiser of Citigroup. Paramount Global has agreed to merge with Skydance Media in a deal that hands control of the storied Hollywood studio to producer David Ellison, ending one of the industry's most dramatic acquisitions. We do have Paramount Global shares trading lower by 2.8%. Again, recapping, the Dow is slumping 70, down 0.2%.
Thank you.
S&P little changed, up by 1 point. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, good to see you, Charlie. Hope you had a great holiday, and welcome back to reality here in the Monday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite, and on YouTube, where we invite you to join us. Search Bloomberg Global News. You'll find our live stream. We're off and running here with big questions about what's going to happen even tomorrow in this presidential race. Of course, we're a week away, a week from today, the Republican National Convention starting in Milwaukee. We'll meet you there right at this time in 1 week. What happens between now and then, the big question here. As Joe Biden survived the interview, you saw it, right? What did I see? 8 million of you watched it? Maybe I'm inflating that number. Versus the 50 million who watched the debate days earlier. The president sends a letter to start off the week. Not a dear colleague, but essentially the same thing here. You can read it right on the terminal. Pretty fascinating. A letter to Democrats in Congress who are just returning back to town. I am firmly committed to staying in the race, he writes, to running this race to the end and to beating Donald Trump. I wouldn't be running again if I didn't absolutely believe I was the best person to win, he says. And that's not all. We saw some campaigning over the weekend without a teleprompter, and then the big phone call this morning to a friendly crowd. Joe Biden called Morning Joe on MSNBC, where, of course, he was asked about this idea of dropping out. Resounding hell no is the answer. Let's listen.
It's not an option, and I've not lost. I haven't lost. I beat him last time. I'll beat him this time. And this is a guy who, look, we talk about debates. Look at his performance at debates. He lied over, Trump has 50 lies. Look, this is a guy who says 10% of the universe. I want to get into it. He's just a liar. And he hasn't done a damn thing since the debate.
Hasn't done a damn thing since the debate, he says, except drive around the golf cart. And we haven't seen a lot of Donald Trump since the debate. But what do we think about what we've seen of Joe Biden? By the way, on the phone there, the extended phone call, we all have Donald Trump to thank for normalizing the morning phone call to cable news shows. Just keep on going. They'll never hang up on you. As we bring Jordan Fabian in on the conversation, someone who has spent more time around Joe Biden than probably anyone you're going to talk to today. By that, we mean he is Bloomberg White House correspondent. And Jordan, it's great to see you. Bizarre weekend for Joe Biden. I guess bizarre day today, and it's going to stay that way through another demanding week. I've been saying the real test is actually this week in this NATO news conference he's going to have to hold on Thursday. Do you agree?
Yeah, it's going to be the latest of a long line of tests. Mm-hmm. But getting up there in front of reporters, unscripted, even without, I know they aired the whole ABC interview, but sure, it's going to be his biggest, cognitive mental test, as he described it in that interview. He's going to have to hold court not only on his on his future in politics, mm-hmm. but also with the NATO alliance. That's a lot of things. That's something that foreign leaders are very concerned with. Absolutely. Whether he has the stamina to serve another 4 years and keep the liberal world order together. And that's a lot of heady stuff that he's going to have to tackle on Thursday.
Well, let's pick through both of these, and we'll start with the more obvious, the question of stamina here, and the questions that folks like you are going to be lobbing at him on Thursday. I suspect it's not going to be all about how much money our allies are paying into NATO. It's going to be, how tired are you? How do you feel? Are you dropping out? Is it going to be an hour of that?
I'm sure there's going to be more than one bite at the apple. Yeah. I mean, whether it's an hour, how long he can't cut this one short, though. That's the thing, and he hasn't done an extended one of these things. Even in the solo news conferences he's done, it's been more like the 20, 30-minute variety, mm-hmm. not the hour. There's been a lot of reporting about how Joe Biden, the First Lady, was very upset with that very long news conference he did after the 2022 midterms. Yeah, and so since
that was
then,
an hour and a half or something, right?
Something like that. It was a marathon, and but he hasn't done anything like that. And it's like we're coming up on 2 years, mm-hmm. and he is facing the biggest political crisis of his presidency, and so his critics want to see him do something fulsome like that. Now, if they cut it short, they could. And that's going to further fuel the worries that he doesn't have the stamina to do this for another 4 years.
Well, so talk to us about what we have here today. I've barely mentioned Capitol Hill. His letter, I did read a portion of to Democrats, but we've got, 10 now, including 4 senior Democrats in the House, calling for him to step down either publicly or in this virtual meeting that the leadership held last night, a call usually held on Wednesdays. They moved it up because of such extreme levels of concern. But it strikes me this White House and this campaign isn't having any of it. That's why he called Morning Joe today. Has any of this caused doubts within the inner circle?
It was a preemptive shot across the bow, definitely, between the letter and that TV interview. He knew that lawmakers are coming back from the July 4th holiday to town, that the questions about his candidacy were going to be multiplying on Capitol Hill, and he wanted to shut down this talk about pushing him off the ticket and basically challenging congressional Democrats. Listen, do something or get off the stage. Either, challenge me, come out, make that Nixonian drive down Pennsylvania Avenue and ask me to get out of the race, challenge me at the convention, or get behind my candidacy and let's beat Donald Trump. Because I think he is tired a lot of, you mentioned some of those lawmakers have come out privately.
Yes,
He's tired of all these little leaks coming out
He
about.
mentioned the leaks.
Yeah, about the lawmakers, behind closed doors, hemming and hawing. He's basically saying, put up or shut up. And, look, there's a lot of questions about whether he should remain in the race, but you can't blame him. And that a divided party, a party that's infighting, whether or not the nominee has been crippled at this point, is going to have a hard time beating Donald Trump.
Press office treating you in any different way than before the debate, or is it business as usual at the White House?
I mean, they're certainly on their toes. I mean, there was a lot of reporting over the weekend about this word in the ABC interview where he said goodest, and they're pressuring ABC to change the transcript. Exactly. And so this is the level that they're operating at. Wow. I mean, it's, in some ways you could say they've lost the plot a bit in as far as challenging these things here and there instead of, trying to, level set with, frankly, I mean, not only members, but the news media who feel like, the Biden operation has been less than truthful in dealing with all these questions about age and fitness, et cetera.
Safe to say you've heard from the press office more often since the debate than you were?
Yeah, certainly, yeah.
He's in the middle of the hurricane, everybody. Jordan Fabian, great to see you.
Thanks, Joe.
After a wild weekend at the White House and on the trail, he covers the White House for us here at Bloomberg. Look for his byline because the next big job here is NATO. The summit starts tomorrow. And there are 31 world leaders other than Joe Biden wondering about this whole conversation we're having right now. We saw Jens Stoltenberg twisting himself into a pretzel on Sunday morning television. Be very careful. They're all going to be very careful. Unless your name's Victor Orban, in the same room this week. If you add the noise from over the weekend of French elections and, of course, a new prime minister in the UK, this ought to be a pretty wild week. And that's why we wanted to talk to Andreas Kluth about it. He's writing about it, of course, at Bloomberg Opinion. Great to see you, sir.
Hey, Joe.
This is a tough headline. Biden needs to go for NATO's sake, too. What's being said behind closed doors as these leaders prepare to arrive in D.C.?
What's being said behind closed and in front of the closed doors, and around all doors, is there are so many things that NATO has to worry about, even as they're trying to celebrate something, which is 75 years of the most successful defensive pact in history. But on top of all the other worries about Ukraine and so forth, they now have, I would say, the most existential worry, which is the weakness, the frailty as displayed in the debate on TV, but the weakness of the putative leader of this as U.S. president and now also a host of this alliance, which is Joe Biden, and the alternatives to, given the uncertainty, what is next for the alliance, because if the alternative, being Trump, comes in, it could be curtains. And even if Biden steps down, there'll be uncertainty, although I think it'll be less bad than what we have now, is more of a frail, weak leadership.
How much of this Joe Biden that America seems to be waking up to, since the debate at least, is already known among particularly our European allies? He was just in Normandy. In fact, he made 2 trips.
Yes.
They see more of him, frankly, than a lot of Democratic lawmakers see of this Joe Biden. Is this a surprise, or do they feel like there's been some gaslighting going on as well?
I don't mean to pile on Biden, but they are not surprised. And as you said, they spend unscripted time with him, probably more than some people here stateside.
Yes.
And they've been at the G8 summit, at various other summits, Normandy. But before that, even last October, October, they've encountered him, and of course the same episodes happen then. He trails off, he mumbles. There are moments, then he comes back. And so they've been worried and thinking, okay, how long can this go on?
They've been worried. Just the fact that you said that alone is important.
They have noticed. Some of them were more than others. Many of them are weak. Macron is weak. He's essentially a lame duck. He's lost control of his parliament. In Spain and Germany, they're weak. The strongest one is arguably the new UK Prime Minister.
Isn't that something?
But the one that matters is the US President, not because he's host, but because he's US President. And everyone looks forward to November and then January. And what happens next when someone comes in who would like to withdraw, if he could, from the alliance, although Congress has made that hard, but could defund, could essentially hobble the alliance in 100 other ways just by being vague about Article 5. So what happens? And if Biden does step down, which I think would be good, as my title said in the column, for NATO, because you want to resolve this uncertainty, well, then who is it next? Now, I don't think that, we have 1945. I think like Harry Truman came in at a very crucial moment in history and immediately showed some of the strongest leadership in history. So it is possible, and there are other good options. But right now, they're in a kind of limbo.
Do these leaders have a feel about Kamala Harris?
It could be Kamala Harris or someone else. They do. Or we're talking just about foreign policy. And she kind of did a debut. She's been traveling. She's been going to lots of summits in place of Biden. He's been good about letting her get
Biden
there.
Redux?
The Munich Security Conference was a big moment. She, in terms of the substance, the content, they are the same.
Yes.
Atlanticist, pro-allies, pro-alliances, internationalist, not isolationist like Trump, not transactionalist, but principled, and backing Ukraine, backing Taiwan, sending the right messages. The issue is just, does she have the knowledge, the experience? I mean, that was supposed to be Joe Biden's thing for decades. He knows everyone in world politics. She has started to meet people in world politics for the last couple of years. But she, at the Munich Security Conference, she gave a good speech, better than most of her domestic speeches. And if it were her, I think she might well rise to the occasion.
As we spend time with Andreas Kluth, writing for Bloomberg Opinion, there's so much talk of Trump-proofing the alliance at this meeting. What do they mean by that? What could they actually do?
You cannot Trump-proof this alliance, which was always the key was always the American nuclear and conventional military umbrella over Canada, but mainly Europe. If you take that away, there's very little left. What is the one alternative they could work on? It's what this idea has been around since the 50s, when the French shot it down over worries about the Germans. It's the European army. So to build a second pillar, a European pillar of NATO, Madeleine Albright and Americans until recently were against that because they were worried it would duplicate processes, be redundant, and so forth. But I think now, given that America wants to, under anybody in future presidents, withdraw and pivot to Asia, the Europeans will have to form a pillar of their own. And the sad thing, Joe, is that they won't. They're going the opposite direction with populists rising in Europe that want to renationalize Europe as opposed to integrate and form a common defense pillar, maybe even a common army.
This is fascinating. So against the backdrop of French elections over the weekend, you see that as being less likely because the idea is Europe would then have to stand up an army essentially in the vacuum left by Trump.
Europe would have to solve things like who would command this army. It's not just about defense procurement, who would command it. But I'll give you just the hardest right on top. What about the nuclear umbrella? If there's doubt, America still has about 100 estimated tactical nuclear warheads in Europe. Trump could pull those out. Who would defend Europe against Russian blackmail or even the actual use? Only the French and the Brits have nukes within NATO. Would they extend their umbrella over Europe? Would Germany have to get nukes? Poland? Would they have to form a European Union? This, I don't think at the moment can be resolved. And that's why we're at a difficult moment in history.
Fascinating and really important that we point you to Andreas's column. Biden needs to go for NATO's sake. Andreas Kluth, great to have you with us here. An important week. Let's talk at the conclusion of this summit and see where we are with so many questions about what will be accomplished, if anything more than a photo op. But for Joe Biden, a news conference that'll take place late Thursday. You'll see it and hear it, of course, right here on Bloomberg TV and on YouTube. But lo and behold, the best poll for Joe Biden in months? Yeah, we'll talk about it next with Gregory Cordy, only on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio.
Wall Street, we do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P now in the red, giving up earlier gains, just about the lows of the morning. Right now we have got the S&P down 2 points, 55.64, drop there of just about 0.1%. The Dow lower by 66, drop there of 0.2%. NASDAQ holding on to a gain. We've got NASDAQ up 22, higher now by 0.1%. 10-year at 4.27%. The 2-year, 4.62%. Spot gold gold down 1.6%, 23.54 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.9%, 82.40 right now for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line here, we've got stocks wavering near records as traders await the start of the earnings season while keeping an eye on the presidential race and any clues regarding the Fed's next steps. Microsoft has told employees in China that from September, they'll only be able to use iPhones at work, effectively cutting off Android-powered devices from the workplace. Microsoft down 0.4%. Apple right now lower by 0.1%. NVIDIA's target has been raised at UBS. NVIDIA shares up another 2.1% today. And Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing briefly surpassed $1 trillion in market cap this morning. Taiwan Semi up now by 1.7%. Recapping both the Dow and the S&P in the red. The S&P down now by 2 points, down less than 0.1%. Balance of Power continues now. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. And thank you for being with us on the Monday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, on YouTube, and on satellite radio, of course. It's good to have you with us here as we pick up the pieces from an interesting holiday weekend. It's kind of hard to believe. We haven't really spoken like this since last Tuesday, and a lot has happened since then. So you weren't convinced by the interview with George Stephanopoulos? Not the weekend events that Joe Biden held in Wisconsin and Pennsylvania? How about the phone call to Morning Joe today? That didn't do it for you? Well, we've got a poll for you to read. This would be a big story on any day, particularly now. This is the Bloomberg News Morning Consult Swing State poll that we've had rolling through this whole campaign. New numbers every month. And take a look at this. This is the real thing. The first comprehensive survey of the states that are going to decide this election since the debate. And lo and behold, it's pretty good news for Joe Biden. It's his best showing yet. So you take this idea, couple it with the boffo money that he raised coming off of that so-called disastrous debate, and you're wondering exactly where we are. That's why we have Gregory Cordy, writing for Bloomberg News, saw his name in the playbook this morning because this poll is popping here. Biden narrows gap with Trump in swing states despite debate loss. Gregory, it's great to see you as you share the byline on this important update here. I just have to ask you, what do you make of this? This is the only real snapshot we've had since the debate.
Yeah, this was a counterintuitive finding in our swing states poll because the number of very good, high-quality national polls showed Joe Biden losing ground to Donald Trump.
We saw Siena, we saw Wall Street Journal.
And CNN, all of them showed Biden losing ground. But when you look at the 7 states most likely to decide this election, I'll go through them again. Sure. I've memorized them now. Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Yeah. Those 7 states, Biden's only down by 2, and that's the best showing he's had, as you said, since we've been doing this poll in October. So why that disconnect? Why are national voters moving in one direction and the swing state voters moving in another? Well, I can only hypothesize a number of things. One is, those 7 states have been bombarded with Joe Biden ads. Right. He softened the ground before the debate. He's back with new ads after the debate, really framing Trump as a danger to democracy. One of the things we saw in this poll is democracy now rivals immigration as the second most important issue to swing state voters. Our poll also was in the field a few days after some of those national polls, so maybe voters had a little bit more time to digest it. Okay. And then also you kind of have to look at the cadence of the polls. This was our first poll, not just since the debate, but also since Donald Trump was convicted of 34 felony counts in New York. And as our morning consult pollsters told us, look, people haven't forgotten about Trump's convictions just because Joe Biden had a bad debate. Sure. So there's a lot of things going on here. As we were talking about during the break, this is a good poll for Joe Biden compared to where he's been. It's not a great poll for him because he's still losing the Electoral College if these numbers hold through Election Day.
So you cut to the chase. Yeah. If the election were held today, our poll still shows he loses the country based on the swing states. But it says a lot about where we are, that the White House, the campaign, they're sending this out because it's such good news relatively speaking.
Yeah, any life raft in a storm, right? And look, and I would even caution, look, this is our Bloomberg News poll.
Yeah.
We're very proud of it. We like the fact that we've got a large sample size. That means low margins of error in the state by state. So that's a little bit harder to do. But we would still like to see some more confirmation of this poll for other pollsters, other good pollsters in the field over the next coming days and weeks to see if this trend sticks or whether this happened to be either an outlier or just a high watermark for Joe Biden.
Yes. The headline, Donald Trump leading Biden by only 2 percentage points in this case when you put the states together, 47 to 45. That's the smallest gap since the poll began last October. You mentioned ads in these states. How does this compare to races past? And we know that Joe Biden has a big fundraising advantage, at least in terms of cash on hand. We've seen that tide turn in terms of momentum over the past couple of months. But Joe Biden's putting millions of dollars into ads. Does Donald Trump remain the king of free media?
Yeah, I think so. Although it's interesting, since the debate, Trump has been pretty quiet.
Yeah, he has.
Laying low in Bedminster, New Jersey. He has obviously a convention coming up a week from today. Are we already up on it?
Yes, indeed.
And so obviously we're going to be hearing a lot from Donald Trump in the coming days and weeks. He will announce who his vice presidential running mate is any day now. But yeah, the news cycle has been really focused on Joe Biden right now. And to your point about the ads, Biden has had the airwaves more or less to himself in at least 5 of these 7
What do you make of
swing
that?
states.
That's a strategy in itself for Donald Trump.
Well, he's hoarding his cash on hand, obviously, to deploy it later, to be able to see that's sort of an advantage in itself to have that sort of second mover advantage in this case, because you can have more time to see how the field is developing and then put down your money a little bit more strategically. Tellingly, the one place where the Trump forces are spending money is Pennsylvania. And it's still not the same amount of money as the Biden forces. It's about half as much as Biden has spent. But Biden is now down 7 points in Pennsylvania, which had been a good state for him. But with MAGA Inc., which is the Trump-affiliated super PAC, putting $8 million worth of attack ads in Pennsylvania, may be hurting Biden a little bit there. And the Trump people feel that Pennsylvania is the whole ballgame. It's a tipping point state. Biden cannot win without it. He's ahead in Michigan, Wisconsin. He needs Pennsylvania or at least 2 or 3 other swing states to go his direction if he's going to win this whole thing. But it's hard to see where those other electoral votes are going to come from at this point.
Wow, this is amazing. What do we know about some of the names being floated as alternatives? Kamala Harris must be wondering, really, guys? I'm the vice president here. But we're hearing about Gretchen Whitmer. We're hearing about Gavin Newsom and others.
When we poll in this swing states poll, we look at Kamala Harris as what we call the best of the rest. There really is a big difference between her and the rest of the field. And you would expect that because she has the highest name recognition. She's a sitting vice president. Gretchen Whitmer also does very well, the governor of Michigan. Of course, Michigan is one of the swing states, so her name recognition is higher in Michigan. Gavin Newsom in there. Pete Buttigieg is sort of in the mix. He has high name recognition because he ran for president once before in 2020, and he's the Secretary of Transportation now. All of these candidates, though, really have an unsurmountable problem.
Yes.
Seemingly, as long as Biden stays in this race, because for any of them to stop Biden at the convention, and Biden this morning on Joe Scarborough's show said, bring it on. If you want to challenge me, I'll see you at the convention. And I think the president has the right to be a little cocky there because he has 99% of the delegates. It would take one of these other candidates peeling off at least 600 of those delegates just to place their name in the nomination. And it's one of those situations where if you're going to come for the king, you've got to, your aim better be true because you don't want to be the guy who caused launched a party coup and got put down.
Well, so you just said a lot of stuff there, and that really challenges this whole fantasy of a contested convention, a mini primary, whatever we're going to do here, and pulling names that aren't even in the mix right now. If it's not Joe Biden, it's Kamala Harris or nothing. That's fair to say, isn't it? Unless something wild takes place here that would just upend conventional wisdom.
The most plausible path forward to a non-Biden nominee would be for Biden to decide that he's going to release his delegates, step aside, let somebody else run. He's shown no indication that he's willing to do that. Over the weekend, again today, he is pretty adamant that he's in this race. But if he did step aside, you're absolutely right. I think Kamala Harris, I think, would be the most likely. There'll be a lot of political problems in picking somebody else.
That's why we have
passing
a vice president.
over. Yeah, I mean, she has been his understudy for the past 3.5 years. Yeah. You would have a problem in passing over a woman of color, very important constituents for the Democratic Party.
Be an historic candidacy immediately.
Absolutely. But here's the other really, really big factor here is that when you think about what has been financing this campaign, that cash on hand advantage that we've been talking about.
Yes.
Remember that the Biden-Harris campaign committee half belongs to Kamala Harris. So if it's anybody else under the campaign finance laws, that Biden war chest has to go to the Democratic Party, which can spend it to advance the candidacy on the coordinated campaign, get out the vote efforts in states, but it's not the same as that hard candidate money. It doesn't spend as far. Giving the nomination to Kamala Harris would solve that problem because she would inherit all of that war chest to be able to use however she pleases.
Amazing stuff. You can, of course, read about the poll on the terminal and online. Really glad you could come in today. I'll meet you in a week in Milwaukee.
See you there.
Gregory Cordy, doing the work here on covering this campaign. And when you add the numbers from our poll, it does make you wonder about where we really are. Add the money, you'll keep wondering. We'll assemble our panel next for their take on all of this noise after we get up to date on the news. Nancy Lyons joins us with world and national headlines from the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Joe. President Biden says it is time for the party drama to end. In a letter to congressional Democrats, he says the question of whether to move forward has been well aired for over a week now following his poor debate performance. And he says it's time for it to end. He spoke earlier today on MSNBC's Morning Joe and said Donald Trump had a lousy debate as well and showed his true colors.
He's a pathological liar. He lied about Roe. He refused to accept the outcome of the election. He refused to condemn January 6th. And he says, they claim, he spoke with Putin before he invaded. What the hell are we doing?
Biden speaking on MSNBC. His letter was sent from the campaign to lawmakers as they return to Washington after their July 4th recess. Flying in and out of Texas will be tough today as the remnants of Beryl move over the state. It made landfall this morning as a hurricane just east of Matagorda, Texas, packing winds of 80 miles an hour. It's now been downgraded to a tropical storm. The trial of Archegos Capital Management founder Bill Hwang is wrapping up with closing arguments today. He is charged with market manipulation, racketeering conspiracy, as well as securities fraud and wire fraud. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
1240 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg after trading at records earlier in the session. It is now a down day for the S&P 500 index. Lower, little change, down 1 point. We've got the S&P at 55.66. Dow Industrials down 24 off session lows, still down 0.1%. Nasdaq trading at a record up 13 right now, up by about 0.1%. Stocks wavering near records. Traders awaiting the start of the earnings season, while also keeping an eye on the presidential race and looking for any clues about the Fed's next steps. 10-year yield 4.28%, the 2-year 4.62%. Spot gold right now down $37 the ounce, down 1.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%. Bitcoin right now 55,812 on Bitcoin, down 2.5%. Fed Chair Jay Powell heads to Capitol Hill tomorrow and Wednesday for his semi-annual testimony on the American economy and interest rates. And with a look ahead, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Powell will be in the hot seat. It's been more than 2 years since the Fed embarked on a tightening campaign to whip inflation. Some lawmakers are growing impatient and want the Fed to cut interest rates pronto. Other lawmakers are sore about Fed plans to boost Wall Street capital requirements. There's also a key inflation report in this week's U.S. agenda, June's Consumer Price Index, and Bloomberg Economics says we could see moderation. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Lucid shares are higher. Lucid Group beat expectations for quarterly production and deliveries, sending the automaker's shares higher as it shook off concerns about a slowdown in the electric vehicle market. Lucid up 3.7%, Tesla up 1.2%, Rivian Automotive up 4.5%. Recapping, S&P 500 index now trading unchanged on the day. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you. Hope you had a great 4th of July. Hopefully for you, a long weekend. We were on duty here Friday because of all of this news involving Joe Biden. That was the day of the big interview that, well, I guess really wasn't all that big in retrospect. A fraction, if you look at the ratings, the people who watched the debate watched the interview. And so questions persisted all weekend. Leaks coming from phone calls involving Democratic lawmakers, resulting in a letter today by Joe Biden to Democrats coming back to Washington this week in the House and Senate. So we've established a couple of things here. Joe Biden is going nowhere, not yet. I mean, he's said that repeatedly from the rally the day after the debate, through the ABC interview on Friday, through questions on the weekend, and now this phone call to MSNBC this morning in which he reiterated all of this. But we're also establishing, I think, the fact that the greatest test lies ahead still. You could interpret that in a lot of different ways, but let's just take this week. That's the NATO news conference, the solo ride on Thursday. The world watching, following meetings with world leaders over the course of this week in Washington. It's just going to be Joe Biden and the press corps. And anything can happen in that case. Of course, he always likes to make the point that every day is a test, right? Every day is a neurological test. He went there this morning in his phone call. He called in Trump style to Morning Joe on MSNBC. Listen.
In terms of my neurological capacity, I had a physical, a neurological physical as well in February. It's released. I released all my records, all of them. And I have a neurological test every single day. Try sitting behind this desk and making these decisions. You know it. Both of you know it. They know it. I'm not bad at what I do. And now, it doesn't mean I never make a mistake. I do. But I'm making those decisions.
I am making those decisions. It'll be a neurological test on Thursday when they hold this news conference. I guess we're all going through a neurological test every day here in this conversation, aren't we? Let's assemble our panel for their take on what's happening here, the questions that we still have, and what we might learn this week. Chapin Fay is with us, Republican strategist, managing director at Actum. And Janae Wartell is back, Democratic strategist, partner at ARC Initiatives. Great to see you both here. I hope you had both a great weekend. My questions are very basic for both of you at this point. And Chapin, I'm going to start with you as the Republican in this case. With these new numbers from Bloomberg showing Joe Biden's best showing yet in the swing states that will decide this election, what do you make of this argument that Democrats are having with themselves?
Well, it's been a while since I could say it's fun to watch, the turmoil on the other side. And I just my joke at the top is that I agree. Joe Biden is going nowhere, as well as his campaign. The polling numbers you just mentioned, they are his best showing, but it's not an overwhelming show of support in these numbers. These swing states have gone back and forth, and they're all within the margin of error. This race is very, very, very close. And the president has now a much harder time proving, after the last couple of missteps, that he is up to winning this race. I do think it's going to be hard for Democrats to replace him. I am a person who has low confidence that he will be replaced. He's the one that actually has to agree to do it. Sounds like he's not going to.
Yeah. Would you rather run against Joe Biden or Kamala Harris?
In politics, I like to take the devil so I would like to run against Joe Biden. I mean, I think it's clear he does not have the mental capacity to do the job. Kamala Harris is untested. While, she is the vice president and has run and is a national figure, you don't really know what it's going to be like until, you take the plunge and run. So I do think they're both very weak candidates, to be clear. But I would take Joe Biden over Kamala Harris right now because, Joe Biden's campaign is absolutely floundering.
All right, Joné, I want your read on this because we've heard a lot, we've learned a lot over the past couple of days, but it doesn't seem like a lot is changing, at least for Joe Biden. Are you impressed by this show of confidence that he's given us the past couple of days?
Well, yes, I am. I believe that the president has shown that he's in this race. He's demonstrated and stated that very clearly. And now it is time for Democrats to work to continue to support our sitting president for his reelection bid. I mean, listen, we've had, the week plus to litigate his debate performance. But now we see in the last couple of times we've seen the president, he's been in front of the camera, that he is up to the challenge. He is up to the test. And as a president who has been battle tested over the course of his career, and especially in his first 4-year term here as president, he's shown that he's got what it takes. And while these polls will continue to be very tight, that's what polls do. They remain tight right up until the end, especially in a race that's going to be won on the margins. It's important for the president to focus on campaigning in these key battleground states, because these are the states that are ultimately deliver the presidency for him and will once again in November.
But Joné, you add the 4 seniors, Jerry Nadler, Joe Morell, Adam Smith, Mark Takano, on top of the other Democrats in the House publicly calling for Joe Biden to drop out. What do you tell them?
Well, look, they're entitled to their opinions. I think at the end of the day, it is most important that we are rallying around the president of the United States to defeat Donald Trump. I mean, these are 4 folks who know the challenge that's ahead of us from now until November to ensure that we're engaging voters and making sure that we're turning out our supporters in November. So for those who have taken to the public stage to call for the president to step aside, I think he's given them their answer. And now it's time to get back to work.
He was asked in the interview on Friday, Chapin, about taking a neurological test, and he pushed back on that. It came up again this morning, and his whole point is that, every day is a test, although he said that he did have a physical, neurological, physical as well, was the line that he used. If we're going to put this test to Joe Biden, why not both candidates? Donald Trump is only, 3 years younger, right? If Donald Trump wants him to take a cognitive test, should he do the same?
Yes, if only for the rest of us all to read the letter from the doctor, because that was during Trump 1, that was one of my favorite moments, was the letter from the doctor. But no, you're right. Absolutely right. I'm someone who calls out hypocrisy on both sides. And if he's calling for Joe Biden to take the test, maybe he should. But I think just looking, the problem for Joe Biden and Democrats is voters have eyes and ears. Many of us have been complaining or pointing out the president's mental state or capacity to do the job for years. And so, yes, he had a neurological test in February, but he is at an age where that is, I'm not a doctor, but that is probably a little out of date in July, 4 months later. And I did want to underline a point that, a lot of people forget that he is actually working 2 full-time jobs, 2 of the most stressful full-time jobs on the planet he's doing at once, running for president and being president. That is like he said, that is a toll on anyone of any age. And he is an 82-year-old person who is clearly having some breakdowns out on the campaign trail. For someone to say that he's not going to do any work after 8 p.m., 8 p.m. is in Eastern time is 9 a.m. in North Korea. So that was, I think, one of the worst things he could have said, and it's making a lot of us nervous. And again, he can take all the tests he wants, but we have been seeing this and watching this unfold in real time in front of our eyes for the last couple of years.
Well, sure, and this is why people are talking about it, although look, remember the 3 a.m. phone call, the Hillary Clinton ad back in the campaign? We also, though, remember George W. Bush going to sleep at 8:30 or something like that. Janae, I wonder what you're anticipating on Capitol Hill, because there's going to be a very loud cry for the release of the Robert Hur recordings. This was the special counsel who referred to Joe Biden as, a forgetful old man or something like that. The transcript was released. Merrick Garland, there's been a movement to hold Merrick Garland in contempt because he won't deliver the audio recordings. Should Joe Biden, should the Justice Department allow that to happen as he continues to stonewall on this?
Well, no, I think ultimately it's a bit of a distraction. I think that, it just furthers this narrative that folks want to push that, Joe Biden is not up to the challenge to do the job. And ultimately, I don't think we really learn much new there, right? I don't think we unearth any facts. I don't think we really, get
If it's
much
true, though,
out
that
of
he's
it.
forgetting the names of family members in significant events, shouldn't Americans deserve to hear that?
Well, I mean, we're having the conversation across America right now about the president's ability to have the mental acuity to do the job. So it's not a conversation we're not having right now. I think it's ultimately just something to continue, furthering this narrative that really the president is putting to bed with his last couple appearances, whether it's the sit-down interview or whether it's seeing him on the campaign trail at 100-person rallies, or whether it's seeing him in a campaign office full of supporters and staff. I mean, we're seeing the proof out on the campaign trail, and if others want to continue to reinforce kind of this narrative, I think that's ultimately up to them. But the president is proving them wrong in many of these cases.
Chapin, we've been talking a lot last couple of days for obvious reasons about Kamala Harris, but we still don't know who she will be running against, assuming nothing changes here. The Washington Post out with a story on the Veep stakes saying it's down to 2, that Donald Trump will decide likely by July 15. That's the start of the convention, narrowing down to Senators J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. Do you think the vice presidential candidate comes from the U.S. Senate?
I think just by the number of U.S. senators in the running for Veep stakes, I think it is a very high likelihood that it will come from the U.S. Senate. I think they're quality candidates, and I think with President Trump, as we've seen, you sort of take the conventional wisdom about what makes a good vice president, but then you also have to add sort of the Trump factor, right? Trump's personality, the candidate, the VP, potential VP's personality, whether they're going to work well together. And also, Trump is sort of a force of nature all on his own, and the vice president sort of has to be able to have their own portfolio of issues and messaging, but also complement, what the president is doing. And so that's sort of the President Trump two-step here in trying to figure out exactly which of these people that are being talked about is the right fit. But I don't think you can just base it on, Florida, for example, is an important state. I don't think you can base it just on the traditional metrics because there's also, the Trump factor here.
Yeah, it seems like the old rules are kind of out the window. Janae, I have less than a minute, and I hate to boil this down to a yes or no question, but does it matter to the Biden ticket who Donald Trump picks?
Well, yeah, I mean, you have to look at what a VP brings to the ticket, what a VP pick brings to the ticket. You're either bringing along a state that the president may not be able to win or may be close for the president. You're bringing along a coalition of folks who might not be appealed to by the current president. Ultimately, it's going to be someone whose conservative values are unpopular in America. So in many ways, it doesn't really matter, right? Because we know it's going to be a far-right conservative. Right. But in some ways, it could excite the ticket in unique ways that we might want to look out for.
Well, we've got 2 events for Trump this week. Tomorrow in Miami, Saturday in Butler, Pennsylvania. I'm thinking we should watch that one pretty closely. Janae and Chapin, stay with us. Our great panel will be back in hour 2 of the fastest show in politics. We're going to talk to Eli Yoakley as well coming up for Morning Consult. They ran the poll for us here at Bloomberg. Stay with us on Bloomberg Radio.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
Joe Biden says he's going nowhere. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. As the president delivers that message in a series of interviews and now a letter to Democrats on Capitol Hill returning to Washington today. We'll get the latest on this from Bloomberg's Laura Davison. Insights as well from Eli Oakley at Morning Consult on the latest Bloomberg News swing state poll. And Joe Biden's best showing yet, even after the debate. We'll have analysis from our political panel and an update on the Veep stakes, too. It's all after a look at Wall Street. Let's start right there, right now, with Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew. Little change right now for the S&P 500 index, giving up earlier gains. Any advance today will be another record for the S&P, but here's where we stand. S&P right now up by half a point. Little change there. The Dow in the red, down 49 now, down 0.1%. NASDAQ building on Friday's record, up another 27 right now, up by about 0.1%. 10-year 4.27% with a 2-year that's yielding 4.62%. Spot gold down $33 the ounce to $23.58, down 1.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.8%. WTI 82.47 a barrel. Paramount Global has agreed to merge with Skydance Media in a deal that hands control of the storied Hollywood studio to producer David Ellison, ending one of the industry's most dramatic acquisitions. Paramount Global shares, they're lower now by 2.8%. Recapping, S&P fluctuating between gains and losses, right now unchanged on the day at 55.67. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much, and welcome to the fastest show in politics, the Monday edition of Balance of Power. I am Joe Matthew, and we have breaking news, a couple of headlines here coming from the presidential campaign, and specific to the Trump campaign. With a conference call underway a short time ago in which it has been confirmed what we've already been reporting, that Donald Trump will announce his vice presidential candidate by next Monday. And of course, 1 week from today is the start of the Republican National Convention, so that shouldn't be huge news based on what we've been learning so far. The Washington Post reporting this morning that it's come down to two, most likely, J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio. If you believe that, Governor Doug Burgum also said to still be in the mix. We also now have, interestingly, our first glimpse at the party platform that will be adopted here as part of the Republican National Committee. And of course, with the standard bearer being Donald Trump, the presumptive nominee, not a surprise to see it written in all caps. We're going to pick through some of these elements here on the day that Joe Biden decided to pick up the telephone and call into MSNBC in another attempt to try to tamp down calls for him to drop out of the presidential race following his performance in the debate. That despite his best showing yet in the Bloomberg News swing state poll that just came out over the weekend. Here's a taste of Joe Biden on Morning Joe earlier today.
But I don't care what those big names think. They're wrong in 2020. They're wrong in 2022 about the red wave. They're wrong in 2024. And come out with me. Watch people react. You make a judgment.
And that's where we start our conversation with Laura Davison, Bloomberg's politics editor, who had a busy weekend, you might suggest. Your phone's probably still blowing up right now, so it's very kind of you to join me, and it's great to see you. I hope you had a great holiday. This was the latest attempt here. Before we go through this party platform that we're going to hear about in Milwaukee next week, Joe Biden picks up the phone this morning, arguably calling a friendly crowd here to talk to a supportive broadcaster. Are we going to get more of this? Does that mean that it's working?
It definitely means that Biden is definitely feeling the pressure and feeling a little bit more desperate. There was also a letter he sent to all House Democrats today, House and Senate Democrats, saying, "Hey, look, I'm not going anywhere. It's time to unite." Almost chastising them a little bit of like, "Hey, we're wasting time here. I'm staying put." Then he calls into MSNBC trying to reach the broader electorate, Democratic base, and then he just had a call that just ended moments ago with top donors, where he said, "Look, we need to stop wasting time. We all need to get behind me. This, is a really critical time for the campaign. Is that you have a lot of donors in full freak out here who are, deciding whether to withhold donations to the party or give to only House and Senate. All of this is not good news for President Biden."
Full freak out is the headline. We have 10 now House Democrats, 4 seniors, either publicly or off the record on this call that took place last night, calling for him to step down. He was trying to head this off with the letter that you described this morning. A 2-pager, tersely written. I'm going nowhere is the sentiment here. I am not dropping out of this race. How many more Democrats are we going to hear from? I'm assuming this is the prelude to the real headline of how many Democrats in the House following tomorrow's caucus meeting.
Yes, remember that House and Senate Democrats really haven't been together since the debate. They've been on recess. It's been the 4th of July holiday. So tonight, they will all descend back upon the Capitol, and there will be all sorts of chatter amongst themselves, kind of polling their colleagues, seeing where everyone is. It takes a lot of guts to, those 10 that have come out and said, look, I want the leader of my party to step down. Yeah. If Biden doesn't, you can imagine that they are not going to be on a short list for any sort of special appointment or getting the president to help support their bill or call. So we will really see, by midday tomorrow, is this just a small group of outliers who, in some cases were never huge fans of Biden, or are we going to see, dozens more potentially come out and say, look, Biden needs to go? At what point the pressure on Biden really amps up if he has, a good portion of his party saying, hey, we need you to go. Even as he declares he's going nowhere here, this show of confidence is only good until it's not, right? And there seems to be this tacit Friday deadline. How does he do at NATO? How does he do in the news conference on Thursday? Is that a fair read? That is at least kind of what the conventional thinking is. Yeah. Of course, it's not to say, say he survives to Friday and then there's another incident next week. That doesn't necessarily mean that he's safe. It still will be a persistent issue throughout this campaign, and that is really the pressure on Biden and the problem for Biden. Any sort of mistake, any sort of misspeaking, a trip, a fall, all of those things will be heavily, heavily scrutinized. For sure. We're going to Milwaukee in a week, as we mentioned. We're going to be talking about Donald Trump's campaign and likely a vice presidential candidate. That could potentially give Joe Biden another week's time. So let's focus on Milwaukee for a second here. Washington Post says it's down to 2, JD or Marco Rubio. Do we really believe that with Donald Trump? Does he actually even know? I know he said it's already in his head or something like that, but he's known for doing what's not expected. Well, and he likes to also kind of keep the tension up till the very last minute. This is really, Apprentice 2.0 of, a game show style announcement here. He has this rally on Tuesday night. Marco Rubio is in Florida. Marco Rubio will be there. He has another rally in Pennsylvania on Saturday night. And then, of course, the RNC in Milwaukee next week. So lots of different opportunities to either, one, just bring all the candidates and have them, out on stage saying nice things about him, doing a final audition, or he could use these as opportunities to roll out his VP pick. But this is going to be a time for him to shine. He's also very cognizant about the timing. While Biden is having a bad day, you hate to take the spotlight away from your opponent who's struggling. So that's a lot of the thinking that's happening behind the scenes at the Trump campaign. Before we bring in Eli Oakley at Morning Consults, and these numbers are pretty remarkable for Joe Biden to have his best showing against the backdrop of this whole conversation. Look at this platform. Republican Party platform for Milwaukee. Number 1, by the way, these are kind of bullets here. It's a list, all caps. I guess maybe Donald Trump wrote this, or it's in the spirit of Trump. Seal the border. Number 1, stop the migrant invasion, it says. 2, carry out the largest deportation operation in American history. First 2 on immigration. 3, end inflation. Make America affordable again. Maybe that should be a T-shirt. Then we go down to a lot of other things. Stop outsourcing, large tax cuts. And it gets to be a little bit out there as you can cancel the electric vehicle mandate is 15, for instance. 17, keep men out of women's sports. How should people interpret this platform? Does it matter? This is basically a summary of Trump's rally speeches. These are the points he makes time and time again. These are not, serious policy proposals. This is not, something that could be turned into legislation, but this is capturing the essence of Donald Trump and what he stands for. Above those 20 bullet points, there's a little preamble that's written, very much sounds like it's in the voice of Trump. This is not a party platform like anything we've ever seen before. The last time Republicans did one was in 2016. They didn't even bother doing one in 2020. They did in 2020, which was a big deal. And this is really sort of a campaign document. This is, if you were to compare this to what's on Donald Trump's website that's been out there for months on all his policy positions, very, very similar to that. But this will be the official platform. This is what we'll be talking about next week.
And Joe Biden's going to be hitting the road while we're there. He's got, what, Texas, Nevada? That's the plan. Travel while Donald Trump is in Milwaukee.
Travel, donation, campaign events, all sorts of stuff. You know, his campaign has been very, aggressive at sort of making sure we know, hey, here's where the president's going. Here's what he's doing. He's not dropping out. Of course, I will add that how this always works is you can't signal you're going to drop out until the exact second you are.
Isn't that right?
You will expect him to be, firmly defiant, up until the point, if he does, announce that he will.
That's the most important thing I feel like you can tell our viewers and listeners today, because that is going to be the case until it isn't. People expecting it, well, I don't know, I think maybe I will drop out, just aren't reading this properly. So all of these interviews have to be viewed in that regard. I'll meet you in a week in Milwaukee. Laura Davison will be central to our coverage there as Bloomberg Politics editor. We'll look forward to special coverage from the RNC. As we turn our attention back to the Bloomberg News swing state poll, we do this with Morning Consult, and that's why we call in Eli Oakley on a poll day. The numbers came out over the weekend, and quite remarkable to find Joe Biden not only narrowing the gap with Donald Trump in the states that will decide this election, but in fact scoring his best showing yet in the most comprehensive, the first comprehensive look at the swing states since the debate that was said to be a disaster. So, Eli, welcome back. It's great to have you, U.S. politics analyst at Morning Consult. Are you scratching your head? How do you rationalize the timing on this poll?
What a time to be alive. I mean, who knew? There's nothing not surprising in politics anymore. Look, I mean, Joe Biden, all these contests in all these states that we've surveyed now 9 times are pretty close. Trump has a bigger advantage in Pennsylvania. Joe Biden has a bigger advantage in Wisconsin. But a lot of these races are really tight. We survey voters, thousands of voters every day nationally, and we haven't seen much of a movement since the debate. My takeaway from that is a lot of this stuff is already baked in about Joe Biden. I mean, for the last few years, Republicans have worked really hard to inundate this "he's too old" message. A lot of voters thought that. The only thing that seems different this time is at least in Washington are starting to take notice.
Well, that's for sure. And when lawmakers get back, they could make a lot of noise for Joe Biden here. The headline to start at the top, Eli, 47% Donald Trump, 45% for Joe Biden. That's when we consolidate the numbers from the states. But when you look under the hood a little bit, and if you're with us on Bloomberg TV, you can see our map. Joe Biden leads Trump in Michigan and Wisconsin. Very important when we consider the blue wall here. He's so far, though, farthest behind in the critical state of Pennsylvania. Is that the most important thing for Joe Biden to turn around right now?
Oh, for sure. I mean, if he gets Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, he probably wins re-election. I think that's why you're seeing him spend so much time over the weekend in Pennsylvania. He was once referred to as the state's third center. That's clearly an important state for him, and Donald Trump knows that too. I think we're going to see the former president spend a lot of time and energy there. Joe Biden has a lot of work to do in Pennsylvania right now. That's a state that's been a challenge for Democrats to some extent. Joe Biden brought it back for them. I think showing up is going to help to try to alleviate some of these concerns. I mean, Pennsylvania was one of the states where voters were most likely to have tuned into all of the debate, which means they noticed this more than voters in other swing states may have. And so he's going to have to spend some time there to try to bring back some of these growing concerns among voters there that are showing up. And also try to push back on Donald Trump. I mean, I think every time I've been on here, I've said Joe Biden's case for re-election is going to be to remind voters why they didn't like Donald Trump 4 years ago. And in this moment where his age has been questioned in its most dramatic way possible, we've seen that. I mean, he called Donald Trump a liar multiple times this morning when he called into morning TV. He's clearly trying to revive a lot of these fears that voters had about Donald Trump.
Well, we write in our piece here, Eli, this poll could turn out to be a statistical outlier. It does run counter to the national polls that we've seen since the debate. And so that's why it's pretty big news. That's why the campaign is highlighting it. How do you square the difference between what we're seeing in the swing states and nationally?
Well, first of all, we have not seen a lot of numbers since the debate from the swing states. I think this is the first comprehensive look at these 7 swing states since the late June debate. What we're seeing in our national tracking that we do every day among thousands of voters, I just got data back today from 10,000 voters. Donald Trump is up by 2 points. The race was tied before the debate. If we look at the data we're seeing, this is not having a massive impact on the electorate. A lot of voters already thought he shouldn't be running for president. That's a different discussion than who are you going to vote for. Barack Obama in 2016 at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, whenever Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump were both highly disliked, had this whole riff that you get to choose between chicken and steak. And that's kind of the choice voters have right now as the race stands today.
I'm curious how people thought about or felt about Donald Trump's performance. I know they think he won the debate. Do we have any other insights into what people saw from Donald Trump, who, of course, was recorded by CNN to have lied 30 times over the course of 90 minutes?
Well, I mean, just as we saw some small declines in the shares of voters who saw Joe Biden as mentally fit or in good health, we saw a bit of an increase in the share who saw Donald Trump as dangerous. I mean, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about in February. Is our voters going to be more concerned about somebody who they think is too old or somebody they think is too dangerous? And right now, those seem to be weighing on the minds of a lot of these states, just given how close these contests are. I mean, one thing to remember is we fielded this survey after his conviction in New York and after this Supreme Court immunity ruling. And that is something that I think has really fired up Democrats and concerned independent voters nationally and at the swing states. I mean, this is the first time in our swing state survey where we've seen Donald Trump and Joe Biden tied among independent voters. Look, voters are complicated people. There's a lot of things weighing on their minds. And it's not just Joe Biden's age that they're concerned about.
Spending time with Eli Oakley at Morning Consult, which, of course, runs our Bloomberg News swing state poll with us every month. And the double haters are popping off the page to me here, Eli. If there's something Joe Biden really needs to worry about, large majorities of undecided voters and so-called double haters say the president should step aside. That's a number that could haunt him as he continues this public exercise in proving people that he has the mental acuity to do this.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of people think Donald Trump should step aside, too, from this contest. I mean, the American people are not happy with the two major party candidates they're facing today. I mean, Joe Biden and Donald Trump, as of today, are equally unpopular among the electorate. Clearly, the American people are not happy with the choices they have. But we're about to see it in Milwaukee next week and probably in Chicago next month. These two guys elevated if things stay the way they are today. That this is the election voters have, and so those double haters are going to matter a lot, and that's why I think you're seeing the incumbent president, lean into a lot of these attacks on Donald Trump.
Reality check in our remaining moment, Eli. Debates usually don't decide races, do they?
They do not. They neither do States of the Union. I mean, that's where we saw Joe Biden get some of his better numbers when this race solidified, but this is not a normal year as we're all seeing it.
It's not a normal year. And I don't mean to underscore the importance of this debate. I just think it's interesting how we're turning away from history time and again in this case. We'll see the next one, assuming they make good on the deal on the 10th of September. But we'll have more numbers before then, and we're going to be looking for trends here next time we talk to Eli Oakley. Great to have you back, Eli, from Morning Consult in our Bloomberg News swing state poll. You can find it again on the terminal and online. Pick through the states. We've got the graphics and the maps set up for you there to really understand the numbers that we're seeing here in the first comprehensive look at this campaign in terms of swing state voters since the debate. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Glad you're with us on the Monday edition of Balance of Power. We'll assemble our panel next, only on Bloomberg.
It's 1:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got U.S. stocks wavering at records, S&P swinging between gains and losses. Little change right now, down by half a point, right near a record. The Dow down 75, down 0.2%. NASDAQ higher by 27 at a record, up by about 0.1%. Traders are awaiting the start of earnings season. We get those big banks reporting on Friday. Also, they're keeping an eye on the presidential race and any clues regarding the Fed's next moves. 10-year, 4.26%. 2-year, 4.61%. Spot gold down $33 the ounce, $23.58, down 1.4%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 0.7%, $82.59 for a barrel of WTI. Eli Lilly has agreed to buy Massachusetts-based biotech Morphic Holding for about $3.2 billion, plowing some of the proceeds from obesity blockbuster Zepbound into its experimental pipeline. Lilly shares up 0.3%. Morphic Holding surging 75%. Again, recapping, S&P little changed on the day, down now by half a point. Balance of power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your host, Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, thank you so much, and thanks for being with us on Bloomberg TV and radio on the fastest show in politics. Lawmakers streaming back into town today, Democrats namely, who have a big meeting tomorrow. When they get together, the Democratic conference in the House, they're going to be talking about Joe Biden. Members in the Senate will too, but the House seems to be having its moment, because so many members thought they were going to flip the House to Democratic control. Think about what they have seen over the last year, going back to the dismissal of Speaker Kevin McCarthy. It's not feeling so much like that now, which is why we have roughly 10 Democrats, including 4 seniors, in the House, either publicly or privately calling on Joe Biden to drop out of the presidential race. Of course, all in the wake of his performance in the debate. And it didn't seem like the Friday interview helped a lot either, since more names emerged over the weekend. In fact, there was a virtual call, leadership call, last evening in which the 4 seniors emerged, including Jerry Nadler, to say that it's time for Joe Biden to drop. Now, this could result in many more. They're going to meet in person tomorrow when they're back. And we are expecting a letter, as Bloomberg has been reporting since last week, to go to the president. The question will be, what's the number? How many Democrats? Joe Biden trying to head them off this morning with a letter of his own, saying he's going nowhere. And a phone call to MSNBC. If the Friday interview didn't work, how about the Monday interview? He called into Morning Joe, a phoner, Trump style, no camera, and talked at length about the campaign, reasserting his intention to stay in it and win, and trying to knock down some of the conventional wisdom about the Trump campaign, including its support by black voters. Here's Joe Biden earlier.
I don't have the black support. Come on, give me a break. Come with me. Watch. I'm getting so frustrated by the elites. Now, I'm not talking about you guys, but about the elites in the party who they know so much more. But any of these guys don't think I should run against me. Go ahead, announce for president. Challenge me at the convention.
Challenge me at the convention. Of course, a month away in Chicago. Kind of funny he had to qualify the elites, not you guys. I didn't mean you two elites. Let's assemble the panel. Chapin Fay is with us, Republican strategist from Actum. And great to have Janae Wartell back with us, Democratic strategist, partner at ARC Initiatives. Janae, what's your thought on this new strategy to just keep knocking it down? Joe Biden started to raise his voice in this interview. It was a very different posture than he held with George Stephanopoulos on Friday. Does that work for you as a Democrat? Do you want to hear him fight for it?
It is, of course, really great to see the president being a bit defiant, especially in the face of these increasing calls for him to step aside. I think what we want to see from the president is that he's in it to win it, right? That he's going to fight for every vote, that he has the energy and the vigor to defeat Donald Trump. And I think that's what you saw in that phone call and that interview this morning. And so I think what's important here is to, again, look at the president since in the days since the debate. Look at how he's performed on the campaign trail. Look at how he's engaged with supporters. Look at the support that has been coming in for the president, despite there being a handful of members who are saying the contrary. I think it's important to watch him in these last couple of days. Has he demonstrated that he has the energy, that he has the vision to lead America? And I believe that he does.
Chapin, I know as a Republican, you're sitting on the sidelines just letting Joe Biden do his thing. But based on your experience in running campaigns, I wonder, what is the more effective posture for him? Is it the collegial, self-deprecating Joe Biden, poking fun, hey, I don't look 40 anymore? Or is it the guy who raises his voice and reasserts himself as he did on the air this morning?
Well, not to be a lawyer, but it depends, I think. You have to strike the balance. Certain events and speeches and audiences require the different personalities that you just mentioned out on the trail. Though what I've always liked about Joe Biden is that he is a fighter. I think that is the posture, public posture he should be taking. And again, you know, one of the things that this is all about is winning is the only thing that matters. Right? If Joe Biden thinks he can win and he does win, that is the only thing that matters. And which is why you're also seeing this sort of tension in the Democratic Party, because everyone was fine with Joe Biden's mental state until it turns out, oh, wait, maybe he can lose. And now we're having a big scramble, you know, for the good of the country, though the last 3 years when the country was in decline, you know, everyone kept silent. But winning is all that matters. So I do think that posture is helpful. Though you also have to be able to pull off self-deprecating when the circumstances call for it. But I have no problem. I praised his State of the State speech, not the substance, but the fire in the belly. You know, that's what people are looking for. At least New Yorkers are looking for in their leaders.
Yeah, that's why I ask you. Janae, let's talk about the elites for a moment. Biden says he wasn't talking about Joe and Mika. It's the other elites. How about we name names? Rob Reiner, the movie director. Hollywood is coming calling now. A major, of course, Democratic supporter, Democratic activist, progressive activist tweets, it's time to stop effing around. Time for Joe Biden to step down. Netflix co-founder Reed Hastings calling on Joe Biden to step aside. He's given millions. IAC chair Barry Diller says he and his wife, Dianne von Furstenberg, were no longer supporting Joe Biden as the nominee. How does he answer these names? You can write them off as elites, but these are the donors.
Well, again, we are a political party, the Democratic Party. We're not a cult, and so we welcome freedom of ideas. Folks, whether they're supporters at the highest level or grassroots volunteers, are welcome to have opinions. I think that what's important here is that the majority of Democrats and many top Democrats, especially Democrats in these battleground states that President Biden needs to win again, are supporting him. When we look at these polls in these key battleground states that were mentioned earlier, these polls are tight. And I think it's no coincidence that so many of the Democrats in those key states have come out in full-throated support of President Biden's reelection campaign. So I think what you have to focus on is, are we reaching and engaging the folks who are ultimately going to be the votes that we need to win in November? And so I think that from a strategic standpoint, that is what the campaign is continuing to do and continuing to focus on, and not focusing exclusively on the donor class, because that is a handful of opinions, though very well-financed opinions nonetheless.
Sure. Chapin, we spoke earlier with Eli Oakley at Morning Consult this hour, our partners in the Bloomberg News swing state poll, which brought some fascinating and counterintuitive numbers when released over the weekend. This is Joe Biden's best showing in this poll. That's gone back to October here with a monthly check-in from Bloomberg and Morning Consult. He's losing to Donald Trump by only 2 points, 47-45. And it's swing states here. So interestingly, Biden's beating Trump in Michigan and Wisconsin. He's trailing Trump in Pennsylvania. But I wonder, when you look at this poll and you consider the public discourse that's going on right now, kind of the laughing that we're hearing from Republicans, does the GOP risk becoming too complacent at this moment in the race?
That is always a risk in every campaign. I have to warn candidates all the time about becoming complacent. And if we have thought of being, if we've thought of a tactic, the other side has always thought of it as, we have to assume they can think of it too, and not get overconfident. But yeah, I think again on the Republican side, there's also a balancing act of when to sit back and let your opponents duke it out themselves and when to step in. I think you saw immediately after, in the few days after the debate performance, you saw Trump sort of putting out just enough statements to keep his base, paying attention to it, but didn't really go for the jugular, so to speak, as he has in the past about opponents. So I think you're seeing them sort of play that balancing act as well.
How would you manage then the timing this week, Chapin? We've got a Republican National Convention starting Monday. Joe Biden's NATO news conference going to be Thursday. When do you drop the news on a vice presidential candidate if you're Donald Trump?
Well, probably having a conversation right now within the campaign about whether that's the day of the NATO thing, the day after, right during, or when. I think it's ripe opportunity to steal the news cycle, at least for the domestic news here in America. So I do think that is the perfect timing to announce it in the lead up to the convention. Though the flip side of that coin is they may want to manage it a little bit better than that, and have a big show and a surprise. Though I do think getting the most out of it, against your opponent is the best tactic or the best strategy. So I do think right around whatever the biggest inflection point during that time during the NATO summit is would be when the leak would happen or when the announcement would happen. Just to take the news bag. Donald Trump is a master at that.
No doubt. And you do wonder if it's going to come via a leak. That was great. Chapin Fay, Janae Wartell, great panel. And many thanks to you both for the insights here. I will point out 2 events, one tomorrow in Miami. I think Marco Rubio. We're supposedly down to 2, according to the Washington Post. And then the other Saturday, Butler, Pennsylvania. We'll be watching these very closely for potential vice presidential candidate announcements or leaks from the Trump campaign. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. Thanks again to the panel. We'll turn coming up to energy prices, energy policy, as we tick things off here to the start of the July 4th driving season, and an important conversation with Bob McNally at Rapidan Energy. He's in next after we check world and national news with Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington. Hi, Nancy.
Hey, Joe. President Biden is doubling down on his previous commitment to stay in the race. In a letter to Democratic lawmakers today, he says he's staying in to the end. He spoke about it earlier today on MSNBC.
I am not going anywhere. I wouldn't be running if I didn't absolutely believe that I am the best candidate to beat Donald Trump in 2024.
Biden, in his letter, said the question of how to move forward has been well aired for over a week now, and he says it's time for the talking to end. Lawmakers are back on Capitol Hill this week after their July 4th recess. Former President Trump has been maintaining a low profile over the last week. Today, Republicans moved to adopt a campaign platform. And sources tell the Associated Press, at Trump's request, that platform does not include an explicit call for a national abortion ban. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
9:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long at Bloomberg. We have got the S&P back in the green, higher now by 5 points. The S&P at 55.73. We're looking at a record up by about 0.1%. The Dow, though, in the red, down 41, lower by 0.1%. On the NASDAQ is up 53, up 0.3%. 10-year at 4.26%. The 2-year yield 4.61%. Gold down 1.4%, 23.58 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, 82.31 for a barrel of WTI. Bottom line here, stocks holding their records as traders await the start of earnings season Friday. We're also keeping an eye on the presidential race and any clues regarding the Federal Reserve's next steps. Again, 10-year yield right now at 4.26%. Spot gold lower by 1.4%, 23.58 the ounce. And again, West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, 82.34 a barrel. The FAA says more than 2,600 Boeing 737 jets registered in the U.S. will need to have their oxygen generators inspected after multiple reports of some units shifting out of position. Word comes as Boeing pleads guilty to criminal conspiracy in connection with 2 fatal crashes of its 737 MAX jetliner. Boeing shares right now, they are unchanged. Again, recapping, stocks higher. S&P up 6, now a gain of 0.1%. Balance of Power continues. The Back to Work Monday edition. Once again, your host. Here he is, Joe Matthew.
Charlie Pellet, thank you. Back to work indeed here on the fastest show in politics, live from Washington on Bloomberg TV and radio, as we track Hurricane Beryl making landfall in Texas earlier today as a Category 1. It has since been downgraded to a tropical storm, but there are 2 million customers without power along the Gulf Coast of Texas. And questions about what this means for our energy infrastructure. In a conversation, we were planning to focus on summer gas and oil prices. It's taken on a bit of a different wrinkle, but that's all part of summer. Just ask Bob McNally, the president of Rapidan Energy Group, is with us right now. Bob, we're looking at the price for crude oil, Texas crude, lower today. The majors, Exxon, Chevron, lower. This is a non-event for the energy market?
Hi, Joe. So far, thankfully it is. And we first and foremost think of our friends in Texas and those folks without power. But so far, it looks like the worst case, and the worst case would be a prolonged outage of those onshore, those refining centers and gas processing centers. That would be really bad. And so far, we seem to be missing that bullet, ducking that bullet right now.
So what's the summer look like with $82 a barrel roughly for WTI? It's down 1% actually today, the active futures contract. The White House touting gas prices and pointing to this decision to release 1 million barrels of gasoline from the Northeast Reserve, despite the fact that we didn't have a shock to the system. There was no emergency. And so we're talking about this against the backdrop of politics. Shocker, Bob. What do oil and gas prices look like for the duration of this summer?
You know, the market's pretty stable, Joe. I mean, gasoline prices will more or less follow crude oil prices, and the crude oil market is probably balanced around where it is right now. We think we're transitioning from a soggy, oversupplied global market in the first half of this year to a little bit of a firmer one, right? China's going to have some stimulus, we think, later this summer. If we don't have a macro accident here, demand will pick up, inventories will get a little leaner. So we're probably balanced. But Joe, the oil market, I mean, traders are tiptoeing through a minefield of risk, black swan risk. And geopolitics and a disruption could send oil prices, crude and gasoline, sharply higher. And our main concern there would be in the Middle East, in the battle between Israel and its enemies on its border, not just Gaza, but Hezbollah and Iran. And then to some degree, Russia. And the downside risk is macroeconomic conditions and the fragile economy generally. So a lot of risk, but if we avoid black swans, we're probably stable. As for the SPR thing, I mean, selling off the Northeast Reserve was a kind of a joke for oil supply. That's about a morning's worth of gasoline demand up in the Northeast. They were going to get rid of that thing anyway, so that was really a nothing burger.
Well, it's kind of surprising. I mean, we're at $3.50, right? AAA's got us at a national average, $3.50 a gallon. We were at $3.53 a year ago. Seems like kind of a non-factor for the Biden administration right now, unless maybe you're right. If we're looking at the potential for a black swan, would Israel engaging Hezbollah in a real war fulfill that definition?
I think it would, because unlike Hamas in Gaza, Hezbollah is a strategic arm of Iran. And we don't think Iran would open up against the United States and its allies in the Gulf full bore, but they would likely harass ships and threaten us with a supply loss and a price increase during an election year were Israel to invade Lebanon and go after Hezbollah. So it's a risk. The market's been pretty skeptical about that so far. One reason we're a little lower today in oil prices is there's more news of a potential ceasefire between Israel and Hamas, which could also then lead to a ceasefire with Hezbollah. So geopolitics are in the market, but in a soft way, I'd say right now.
Yep, fascinating. Bob McNally is the president of Rapidan Energy Group with us live on Bloomberg TV and radio. And I want to point you, Bob, to the new Republican Party platform that was released today ahead of next week's Republican National Convention. There's a lot of stuff on here about the border, about inflation. I'm not going to pull you into any of that. But number 4 on this list of bullets here, make America the dominant energy producer in the world. By far, it says, exclamation point. And I'm wondering how we're defining this now, because we already know and we've established here that the U.S. is pumping more oil right now than it ever has. And as you look at the numbers here, in terms of production and consumption, we're far and away the leader. How would you fulfill that then, or how would you define being the dominant energy producer in the world? Aren't we already?
You know, we are. For oil and gas, we are top in the world. Now, if you define it to include electricity, then we rival China. Sometimes they're a little ahead of us. But if we talk about primary energy production, energy, flowing from the ground or produced in a primary sense, the United States is number 1. I think perhaps, keep us the number 1 dominant energy superpower is probably a little more accurate than get us there. But Joe, stepping back, I think the left tends to overstate how much policy drives demand. Like the left thinks we're going to have peak demand by 2030. And then the right perhaps thinks that policy has a bigger impact on supply than it does. I think there's a little bit of wishful thinking and overstatement on both sides. At the end of the day, outcomes, even our dominant energy position, is not due mainly to policy. It's due to structural factors, the macroeconomy, the industry itself, innovators, producers of energy, the industry reacting to signals, to investment and so forth. Those are the factors that drive outcomes, not policy. Final thing just on this. Perhaps the one thing on policy is it can do harm. It can do harm, especially on trade. If you look at the last big success we had as a country, bipartisan energy success, it was when President Obama, working with Republicans in Congress, got rid of the crude oil export ban, 2014, 2015. We needed that to save the shale oil industry. Just the same way going forward, a return to export restrictions, that could hurt production. So policy can do harm, but it's otherwise, hard to improve on a good thing we already have going here.
This is really important as we try to figure out what a Trump 2.0 would mean for the energy markets versus what we've seen from Joe Biden's first term. Bob, you got off easy. I didn't even ask you what you thought of the debate.
Wow, you know what? I was at band practice. I was doing rock and roll. I didn't even watch the debate, and I'm in a way glad I didn't. But I'll tell you what, we upped our chances for our clients of President Trump winning after that debate. So we're all it's a sensitive situation right now. I will say, if Kamala Harris steps forward, Joe, she has promised to ban fracking. Now, she walked that back when she joined the Biden ticket. But if Kamala Harris moves forward, I think you and I are going to be talking in a few weeks about whether the next president might try and ban fracking indirectly or directly.
You didn't even have to watch it. Bob McNally, President, Rapidan Energy. It's great to see you, Bob. Thank you for being with us here, as always, on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, where lawmakers are returning, Democrats and Republicans in the House and Senate. And it's not only to meet on the future of Joe Biden, although that is going to happen tomorrow, and we're going to be talking a lot more about that. There's actually some work being had this week of weeks on Capitol Hill, and Jack Fitzpatrick is back with us, of course, reporting for Bloomberg Government. It's great to see you, Jack. Appropriations, we're actually marking up bills, even though We don't have a top-line number we've agreed to, right?
Right. There's a big disagreement over how much money to spend from the government on defense and non-defense. The Senate is starting work on government funding bills without a bipartisan agreement on increasing or decreasing, especially non-defense spending. Democrats want more money. Republicans have said more money for the military is good, but we're not going to agree to an equal increase for non-defense. So there are major disagreements that Congress has not worked out as they start their work in the Senate and continue work in the House on partisan bills that they're marking up and bringing to the floor. Really, ultimately, this seems to set the stage for a best-case scenario of a December deal to fund the government. September 30th is the deadline, but that's not going to happen in reality. They're going to need a stopgap. And then there's going to be a lot of hand-wringing over how does the result of the election, both congressionally and in terms of the president, affect the negotiation. Yeah, right. If Republicans, I mean, right now, Republicans may get a trifecta. You look at the polling. Do they want to drag out the negotiations until they get more votes in Congress, until we may have another presidential term for Donald Trump? Or are they willing to say, you know what, we're not going to have 60 votes in the Senate. Let's get something done in December. Okay. It's safe to say the realistic negotiations aren't going to happen for a little while. And if Congress does anything that actually needs to be enacted into law, it would probably be a limited emergency measure. There are some emergency funds they're supposed to do for FEMA. We'll see what the effect of Hurricane Beryl is on that. But a big government funding negotiation, they don't seem close to something realistic just yet.
I'm just amazed they're going through the motions. I have to ask you, just because you're so dialed in on the Hill and you talk to so many lawmakers, what might happen after Democrats in the House meet tomorrow? Are we going to get that letter? And how many members could sign it? What kind of a number are we looking at?
Well, whether it's a letter or behind-the-scenes discussions or something more forthcoming from Democrats.
Urging Joe Biden to step down.
Urging Joe Biden to step down. Or, you know, to be honest, there are a lot of Democrats who are in a bit of a gray area. When we saw last week swing district members like Jared Golden and Marie Gluesenkamp-Perez say, I expect Trump to win. They didn't say that they were backing Trump. They have supported Biden. Over time, as we see more polling, as this argument plays out, I think we'll see more members get out of a gray area and either fully stand behind Biden or call on him to step down, whether it's a letter or behind-the-scenes calls. Yeah. Right now, I think many of them seem to be waiting on more polling, more information on whether people are going to keep their opinions on this, or in a couple weeks, does it wash over with some good performances by Biden? But right now, it is the talk of the town, but it's still an opportunity for uncomfortable Democrats to stay in that gray area and say, well, maybe Trump will win, but they're not all outright saying exactly where they come down.
Well, yeah, people are making a big deal out of it, and it is a big deal, but headlines suggesting that a dam has somehow broken seem to be pushing it when we have only 10 members really speaking out so far. I guess we'll see what happens the next 24 hours here. I do have to ask you, though, Jack, speaking of work being had in Washington, D.C., there's legislation that I guess could get a vote at some point here soon that they're working on today that would effectively ban George Santos from the House floor. And I realize it's not just aimed at him. This would be any member kicked out of the House. Is that fair?
He is one of two living former House members who's been expelled. So you don't need to put George Santos's name in the amendment. But yes, there is an amendment to the bill that would fund Congress itself, pointing out that right now, if you've been expelled, former members generally can go onto the House floor, they can use the House gym, etc.
Membership.
If you are expelled under this amendment offered by a bipartisan group, you would not have those privileges. So clearly something done with an eye on George Santos to make sure he doesn't get to stroll back onto the House floor.
And this will pass, right?
It's got bipartisan support. We are, as I said, we're in the early stages of government funding work, but it's something to keep an eye on.
So no more State of the Union for, I guess, George Santos. Great to see you. Jack Fitzpatrick back in Washington, as the lawmakers are as well. I'm Joe Matthew on the fastest show in politics, and we'll meet you back here a little bit later on for the late edition of Balance of Power. It's time for Bloomberg Business Week in New York, with Tim and Carol. What do you guys have coming up?
All right, first of all, we're going to take a look at a couple of companies that are on our radar. First, Boeing and also Paramount. Tim, it's kind of new eras for both of those companies.
It certainly is. And we're also touching on that Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll because a big surprise, I think, to a lot of people watching. That's a good one, Joe.
The counterintuitive story of the day, of course. We'll be listening as always. I'll meet you back here at 5 on Bloomberg TV and radio. Bloomberg Business Week is coming up next.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
Very good afternoon, everybody. Live on radio, TV, YouTube, and Bloomberg Originals. This is Bloomberg Business Week for this Monday, July 8th. And Tim, let's get to the setup on this Monday because it's a big week. We've got lots going on when it comes for markets and for investors. We're talking about Jay Powell making some comments about economic data, including inflation reads, and then we've got, of course, earnings season getting underway.
Yeah, the big banks are reporting. We're going to kick things off this week with JP Morgan, Citigroup, and Wells Fargo. We're going to be speaking a little bit about that.
Also, a wait-and-see trade. We'll have more on that in just a moment. Plus, a couple of stocks that are on our radar today include Boeing, that company to plead guilty to federal criminal charges. And then also, speaking of drama, is the drama over at Paramount Global finally over?
Yeah, you could say that we've got new eras for both of them. So we're going to get into that. Plus, the presidential poll that may surprise you. And speaking of surprises, the other election that is definitely on our mind on this Monday.
Plus, you want to stay tuned for our one more thing at the end of our hour right here on Bloomberg Business Week. All that and more over the next hour. First up, though, a check on the day's trade and top business stories. Here's Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much, Tim and Carol. We're looking at a mixed market right now. The Dow lower, S&P, NASDAQ, both higher. Do want to begin with a developing story, though. Headline right off the Bloomberg Professional Service, Bain said to be nearing a deal to buy InvestNet at close to market value. That, according to Reuters, the story we are watching for you. S&P right now, little change. Higher by 4, has been swinging between gains and losses, up by about 0.1%. The Dow in the red, down 42, down 0.1%. NASDAQ up 41, a gain of 0.2%. 10-year yield, 4.27%, with a 2-year that's yielding 4.61%. Spot gold right now down $34 the ounce, $23.57, down 1.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude down 1%, $82.36 a barrel. As we have been reporting, Paramount Global has agreed to merge with Skydance Media in a deal that hands control of the storied Hollywood studio to producer David Ellison, ending one of the industry's most dramatic acquisitions. Paramount Global shares, they're down on an update for stocks. Paramount down 3.5%. Yes, a topic we'll have a lot more on coming up on Bloomberg Business Week. Again, recapping, looking at a mixed market right now. The Dow lower, S&P up 3, a gain of about 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, certainly top of mind for us is Boeing today. I'm just pulling up the company and some of the stories on it, and you've got kind of 3, 4, 5 stories that are all important and all has to do with an expected deal that is going to be done between Boeing and the federal government.
Yeah, shares higher right now by 0.8%. They were lower earlier in the session, and before that, they rallied. This after overnight, Boeing said it would, or we learned that Boeing would plead guilty to fraud for violating a crashes deal. Other news, though, that's on our radar is the company in talks with the U.S. to preserve its defense contract business, and the FAA saying thousands of Boeing jets need oxygen generators checked.
Well, and this is what's interesting. So if they're pleading guilty to federal charges, they have to talk about their potential path forward with the U.S. Defense Department to preserve the contract business, government contract business that Boeing specifically has. And so this is according to people familiar with the discussion. So they're talking about this. What does it mean? And so those government contracts have been very important to Boeing, maybe even more important than ever as it relies on the defense division to really counteract some of the plunging revenue of its commercial aircraft business. So there are a lot of moving parts going forward on this, Tim.
It's not just that, Carol. It's also that the company has a search for a new CEO that is underway. That quick-fire cadence of deals with U.S. prosecutors and a key supplier just sharpens the attention of its board and investors on the next big task ahead, which is finding that new chief executive officer to lead Boeing out of its rut.
Yeah, it does make me wonder, you know, our reporting on this plea or Boeing pleading guilty to criminal conspiracy, once it's done, it's expected, this final plea agreement by about July 19th, that you do wonder, once it's done, does that kind of open the door for then maybe Boeing to move forward on, okay, who's the CEO we need to take it into the next chapter?
All right, well, let's get on over to George Ferguson because he joins us to talk all things Boeing right now. He's Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace, Defense, and Airlines Analyst. He joins us from Bloomberg Intelligence headquarters in Princeton, New Jersey. George, good to see you. Is this good news in the idea that it brings us close to another chapter and sort of avoids a legal battle playing out publicly for Boeing?
I think it is, right? I think that whatever court case would have followed if Boeing contested it would have probably taken place sometime next year or later. It hopefully would be at a time where Boeing was in the middle of recovery mode and not wanting to talk about this chapter in its history. I think really, whatever deal gets cut, the U.S. government needs Boeing as much as Boeing needs the U.S. government. So I don't see them being locked out of federal contracts. And I think Boeing really needs to get on to the next big obstacle in the way of its second half recovery, and that's going to be getting a deal signed with their major union up in in the Pacific Northwest so they can keep building airplanes and not end up in some sort of strike situation.
Can you help me out here, though, George? Is this the equivalent, though, of Boeing being a convicted corporate felon?
I'm gonna punt a little bit and tell you I'm not a legal expert, but they are settling, admitting. But I think they had sort of admitted this previously.
Okay, yeah.
And the complaint was that they hadn't put all the processes in place to remedy the situation, right? That they had agreed to. And I think we can all agree. We all know there were problems. There were serious problems inside Boeing and its suppliers, so I don't think that's any surprise to anybody.
Okay, the company's going to install a corporate monitor and be required to spend at least $455 million to bolster its compliance and safety programs. This over the next 3 years, George. It's all part of the deal. The deal does require court approval, but then they also gets a subject of court-supervised probation. Does all this fix what needs to be fixed at Boeing?
I suspect that it's not enough to fix what's broken inside Boeing. So I suspect that they would have to go. They'll spend much more than that $450 million. They'll have much more than just the outside, sort of government, agreed with the government supervisor. I suspect there'll be a lot more to be done to get Boeing back on the right track. So I think it's a, what's the old saying? It's a cup of water to a drowning man. I think it's...
Yikes.
Not that Boeing's drowning, sorry.
Well, no, that's okay. It's interesting, in our reporting on this, the lawyer from the firm that represents the families of the 737 MAX crash victims says it's just a slap on the wrist. But I'm trying to understand, companies often pay fines but admit no wrongdoing. Boeing is saying we were guilty. So is it a slap on the wrist? And I'm not looking for the legal, but as someone who follows the company and, is trying to think about the business forward, it's serious, right?
Look, I think the admitting that they hadn't put in place something they had agreed to is bad for the company, is wrong, right? And we know they've gone through this troubled time where they didn't have the right processes in place and supervision in place. The money involved, it's a very manageable amount of money for Boeing, right? I think no shareholder wants to see money exit the company for these reasons, but it's a very manageable amount.
All right, so that is a manageable amount. What about, though, that the company has said it's going to burn, about $8 billion in cash during the first half of this year? Is that manageable? Will they survive financially?
So that's not manageable long term, and that's kind of why, I think this makes a lot of sense to put this away now, because what they need is a second half recovery, right? They've told us they think they're going to burn another $4 billion or so cash in the second quarter, so that would bring them to the $8 billion you were talking about. To stem that burn, they need to start delivering airplanes in the second half of the year. We haven't seen June yet. We don't think it was great. So probably they delivered less airplanes in 2Q than they did in 1Q. Now it's time to stem the slide in deliveries, get airplanes to customers, put cash, bring cash into the company, because we think there'll be around $13 billion in cash when they start off the third quarter. You can't keep burning $4 billion a quarter and survive very long in that situation.
Hey, George, our own Bloomberg News team reporting that Boeing is also discussing a potential path forward with the U.S. Defense Department to preserve its government contract business after the company agreed to plead guilty to a criminal charge tied to two fatal crashes of its 737 MAX. It's what we've been talking about. How are you looking at the future of the government contract business? You already said that the government needs Boeing as much as Boeing needs the government.
Yeah, so I just think that the U.S. defense, the primes, they've been whittled down to sort of 4 or 5 big companies. So when I think of some markets like a fighter jet market, right? So typically when you'd go out and compete a fighter jet, you might go to Lockheed Martin, you might go to Boeing. Boeing's built the F-15, the F-18 in the past. Lockheed's builds the F-35. They've built the F-16. I'm missing a couple fighters in there, but you get the point. You want two competitors, right? When you come out and you bid on things like that. So, I think we're at a level in the U.S. defense industry where we're just at the manageable number of contractors to keep things competitive. The Pentagon understands that, and I think they're going to really want Boeing to be a survivor and participate in the market. And I don't think you want to break the company up, because I think that defense business provides the stability you need in downturns for the commercial business. That's kind of the way I think about it.
That makes sense. Hey, 30 seconds, one last question. Any new whisperings on a new CEO for the company? Might it come after that final plea, which some are saying would come in 11 days?
Not that I've heard of. Maybe the CEO's waiting until the negotiations with the union is done or something like that. They're waiting until summer's over. They don't want to get off the beach too early. But no, I haven't heard any good news.
What is it?
It's always about the beach.
Yeah, everyone gets to go to the beach in the summer. It's like
it's a new metric. It's a new function on the
works?
Bloomberg Beach Go.
Wow.
Explains so much. George Ferguson, you explain so much always. Bloomberg Intelligence Senior Aerospace and Defense and Airlines Analyst George Ferguson. Now Boeing also facing investigations, we should point out, by the SEC, Congress, and a Seattle grand jury.
And now to the other company that's certainly on our mind today, entering a new stage as well, and that's Paramount Global. It's done finally. Paramount Global agreeing to merge with Skydance Media. Well, in a deal that hands control of the storied Hollywood studio to producer David Ellison. It's ending one of the industry's most dramatic acquisitions. Carol, the deal, like the run-up to the deal, has been complicated.
It has been so complicated.
This one's extremely complicated.
All right, so this is...
You need a whiteboard.
We're passing the whiteboard and baton to Chris Palmieri. He is, of course, Bloomberg News entertainment editor. Chris joining us from our LA bureau. All right, first of all, though, before we get into how complicated it is, why is this the deal that actually got done, Chris? Because there was jockeying. It's been going on for a long time here.
Yes, well, I think it helps to have a father who's one of the richest men in the world, and
Nice.
they basically ponied up $8 billion to take control of Paramount, and not everybody can do that. So I think that's one point. But David Ellison does have a track record of making some very popular movies, and so to that extent, this is a little bit of a relief for folks working in the industry that somebody who does love movies, does want to invest in the business, is taking over.
Okay, let's talk about the sort of family tree, the web of how this works. So Sherry Redstone agreed to sell her family's National Amusements, which controls about 77% of the voting stock in Paramount, for $2.4 billion. Who gets what in this deal?
So she and her family net out about $1.7 billion because they have some debt and other liabilities there at National Amusements. So they're taken out. The shareholders of the voting shareholders will also get bought out at $23 a share. The common shareholders will get bought out at $15 a share, and they can also roll over to have shares sort of in the new company on a one-for-one basis. But ultimately, this is a massive takeover on the part of David Ellison. He's going to, and his partners are going to own 70% of the company overall when this transaction closes. And so, he will run the whole show. He will own all of the voting stock.
All right, so what does this mean for this new entity, this new, Paramount Global that's being merged with Skydance Media? What is this new entity, and who maybe within the media space potentially has to be looking over its shoulder? Or nobody?
Well, it's a fresh start, and they are bringing on the team at Skydance, which has some strong assets in animation and that they can potentially revive Paramount's business. But it's not going to be an easy task. The things they're talking about doing, partnerships and streaming, cutting costs, all the same stuff that the current management and the management before that have been talking about. So it's a challenge in the business. The traditional TV business is fading away. People aren't going to movie theaters like they used to, and the streaming services are, for the most part, losing money. So it's not clear that these people are going to be able to totally turn this around. I think that's part of why the stock is down today, is a reaction to this. What exactly is going to be different, and we know this is going to take a year or so to close, not a huge amount of debt reduction, and still a controlling shareholder. So you could see why common shareholders would be a little anxious.
Chris, is there a chance, because David Ellison is so interested in the actual Paramount studio, that we see some of these other assets, like the linear TV assets, the MTV, the BT, CBS maybe, get chopped off and sold as individuals or sold off?
Yeah, absolutely. We just did have a chat with David, and he reiterated two things. He loves the Paramount Pictures film studio, and he likes CBS, which is for years been the most watched TV network. And so those two assets aren't going anywhere. But businesses like BET, which we've reported on, is they're in negotiations to sell. Other businesses certainly, because they do want to chop away at that debt load, some $15 billion.
Who could buy those businesses? I mean, the BET reporting that we saw last week from your team was fantastic, but I'm wondering about what are the other firms that could be interested in some of these other quote-unquote legacy assets?
Well, there could be other operators of local TV stations, for example, might be interested in some of the CBS, or non-CBS stations that Paramount owns. There have some international stations, a prominent one in the UK, for example. Some of these smaller cable channels, like a Comedy Central or that, could potentially find a buyer, whether it's private equity or another media company. So there's plenty of things on the table they could sell.
Chris, how are you thinking about kind of the cycles of media, right? I just think about over the last few decades, the entrance of streaming in a big way, and I feel like the creation of so many different content creators, if you will. I'm just curious about how you see this fitting into the future. I know David Ellison talked about the importance of technology in this media company going forward.
Well, I think, we're always going to consume media and entertainment. The way we do it changes. And so if you look, say, for example, the music industry, for years CDs were king, and that faded away, and there was a very difficult period of contraction. And then streaming ultimately took up as the main way people consume music. I think something like that is happening and will happen in TV and movies. Streaming, although it's not a great business right now, will replace the way we watch TV with cable and that. And so it just takes time to make that transition when you get out of the old model into the new one. One of the things I keep saying is how much streaming kind of looks like the old model of TV. You get ads, you can't even skip the ads. They have sponsors for the programs, the big movies they show. I mean, in a way, it's sort of just coming back to the way things used to be, but it's just going to take time.
We only have 30 seconds. Why is it so hard to make money if it's the way things used to be?
Well, they're spending a lot of money marketing, building out their technology platforms, spending on the content, and it just takes time. And not everyone, by the way, is going to be successful in having that level of scale to make this profitable. And the advertising component for streaming is, with the exception of Hulu, is not as well developed as it was historically. It used to be about 50-50 ads and subscription.
We can finally stick a fork in this one and call it done. All
maybe.
Right, Chris Palmieri, maybe. Chris Palmieri, Bloomberg News entertainment editor. Coming up next, our most read story on the Bloomberg. It's about the U.S. election, and then we're going to get to an interesting poll. That's all coming up. This is Bloomberg.
6:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got the Dow lower, the S&P, NASDAQ. They are both higher. If we close higher today on the S&P 500 index, it will be the 35th record this year. S&P up by about 0.1%. Little change now, up 3 points. The Dow in the red by 43, down 0.1%. NASDAQ up 41, a gain there of 0.2%. Bottom line, stocks are wavering near records. 10-year yield 4.26%. The 2-year 4.61%. Gold now down 1.5%, tumbling $36 the ounce to $23.56. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil down 1%. 82.38 for a barrel of WTI. Eli Lilly has agreed to buy Massachusetts biotech Morphic Holding for about $3.2 billion, plowing some of the proceeds from obesity blockbuster Zepbound into its experimental pipeline. Shares of Lilly, they're up by 0.5%. Morphic Holding up now by 75.2%. Again, recapping, stocks are mixed. S&P higher by 3, up by about 0.1%. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. Well, our most read story on the Bloomberg today has talked about President Biden taking pen to paper to really quell Democratic infighting about his presidential campaign, saying he was determined to remain in the race and challenging dissenters to end talk of his removal from the ballot. Tim.
Here's what he wrote, quote, "I'm firmly committed to staying in this race, to running this race to the end, and to beating Donald Trump." This is according to a 2-page letter addressed to Democratic lawmakers and released by the campaign from President Biden.
Now, the president also, in an unscheduled call this morning on MSNBC, confirmed his position about not going anywhere, despite reports of prominent Democrats, fundraisers, and others who may be saying otherwise.
But I don't care what those big names think. They're wrong in 2020. They're wrong in 2022 about the red wave. They're wrong in 2024. And come out with me. Watch people react. You make a judgment.
All right, that, of course, was President Biden, a phone call into MSNBC earlier today. Meantime, the great race is on when it comes to polling. Post-President Biden's debate performance over 1 week ago, we turn now to a Bloomberg exclusive and Bloomberg News White House and politics reporter Gregory Cordy. He's in our Washington, D.C. bureau. Gregory, great to have you here with us. This catching our attention over the weekend as it came out. Tell us about this poll. Who was polled? When did it happen? All the specifics. Lay it out for us.
Yeah, this is the first poll of the swing states, a comprehensive poll since the debate. The other polls that you may have seen out there have all been national polls. This is one that looks specifically at Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. Those are the states that are most likely to decide this election. And what we found was a little counterintuitive, and that is that Joe Biden is behind Donald Trump by just 2 percentage points across those 7 states. He's up in 2 of them by pretty healthy margins in Michigan and Wisconsin. And so this is his best poll since we've been doing this last October, and we talk every month about these polls. This is his best one yet, and that's a little surprising given all of this attention that's been paid to his debate performance.
A little surprising. So, I mean, Gregory, I was extremely surprised on Saturday when these results were published that the polling went this way, given that the focus since the debate has been a potential change at the top of the ticket. How do you explain it? What did voters tell you? What did voters tell the pollsters?
Yeah, my inclination always is that when you have data that contradicts the narrative, you should probably adjust your narrative more than worry about the data. Having said that, this is one poll. I would like to see some confirmation of this in other polls. We're very proud of this poll. This is the Bloomberg News Morning Consult poll. It's got a high sample size. It's got a low margin of error. But 2 things can be true. One is that people say they'll vote for Joe Biden, but also wish they had a better choice than Joe Biden. And 30% of Democrats say they wish they had somebody else on the ballot to go against Donald Trump. So you ask, why is this poll different from some of the national polls? And I have sort of 3 theories on that. One is our poll was in the field a few days later than some of those national polls. We started on Monday as opposed to Friday. That might have given voters a little bit more time to digest the debate performance and think about what it means. Also, Joe Biden has been outspending Donald Trump in these swing states by a 5-to-1 margin. He softened the ground before the election. And he came out with new ads after the, before the debate, and he's come out with new ads after the debate. And then the third thing is, this is also our first poll that we have taken at Bloomberg News since Donald Trump was convicted on 34 felony counts. So voters haven't forgotten about that just because Joe Biden had a bad debate. The negatives on both of these guys are extraordinarily high. But they've got to choose one or the other, and we're getting on towards the season where we have to make those choices.
Was it before or after the Supreme Court decision in terms of immunity for former President Donald Trump?
This poll was in the field after that Supreme Court decision, so that may also have been something that voters were factoring in.
You know, it's funny. I guess that when I think about this, because I wonder if ultimately we'll think this is an outlier, but you guys have been doing these polls, right, going back to, I believe, October. So is there something, you know, historically, you can already within a few months, historically, like look and reference and say, well, those polls have been on the money, and so you do make some conclusion about this one. Or you say some of the other previous polls maybe didn't. You said that they've actually, you know, have had a low margin of error.
No, look, I obsess about this, and so I look every month about where we are compared to the major averages. Real Clear Politics is one of them, 538 is another, and we're usually no more than a point or two away from those averages. Of course, we're also influencing those averages because we're part of those averages, but I think the poll hews pretty close to what other polls are showing. But that doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to continue to be the case. And as we've talked about, by definition, 1 in every 20 polls is an outlier, which means that the results are outside the margin of error. They cannot be explained simply by the random sample that we generate here. And so that remains to be seen. We would like to see some more polling on this. But for now, this is a good poll for Biden. The Biden campaign was circulating this poll all weekend. But it's worth noting that even though this is his best poll, it still shows him losing the Electoral College if what we found in this poll ends up being the result in November. Biden still loses by a considerable number of electoral votes.
Okay, and that's if your goal as a voter is to vote against a potential additional Trump presidential term, Gregory, then maybe you'd vote for Biden in this case to vote against the former president. Is there any other candidate out there right now who could replace Biden at the top of the ticket who does better, according to the polling that you've seen or the polling that you've done, than the current president, Joe Biden?
We didn't ask that exact question this month. Last month, or I should say in May, we asked that question. We found that Kamala Harris, the vice president, did worse than Joe Biden in a head-to-head against Donald Trump. But then CNN came out with a national poll last week that said Kamala Harris was doing better. So that might have changed. She's certainly the preference of Democrats. When you ask Democrats, who would you like to see replace Joe Biden on the ticket, if it came to that, 77% of them say Kamala Harris is their top choice. And that's driven in large part by name recognition, right? She's the incumbent vice president. She has been Joe Biden's understudy for 3.5 years. She is perceived as the most prepared to take on that role. But other names are out there as well. Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer does very well in this poll. Of course, she's the governor of Michigan, which is one of the swing states, so that explains why she has a little bit better name recognition in this poll. But there are some other candidates out there. But at this point, as you talked about, Joe Biden just this morning came out and said he's running again. He has no intention of stepping aside and releasing his delegates.
Are there more double haters who don't like either candidates or more undecided? Or are they kind of the same thing? I'm just curious how you were thinking about that. Because in some elections, right, these have been important voters that could decide the elections.
Yeah, we see those, certainly the undecided voters should tend to come down over time. The other thing that we are seeing in this poll, and this kind of goes to the point that Tim brought up a moment ago, is that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who has mounted this independent campaign, we've seen his numbers slowly slip from cycle to cycle each time we do this poll. He was at about 10 or 11%. Now he's down to about 7%. So as people begin to grapple with the fact that this really is a choice between Joe Biden and Donald Trump, you see the number of undecided voters go down. You don't necessarily see the number of double haters go down. As a matter of fact, debates tend to exacerbate that double hater effect. They tend to be polarizing. people tend to look at debates and hate the other guy even more than when they started. So we may well see the double haters come up through November. The big problem for both of these campaigns that they're trying to deal with is let's not have these people hate so much that they don't show up. And so that's going to be a challenge, especially on the Democratic side, to keep their base motivated, even through all these concerns about the president's age.
Hey, Gregory, do we know, or do you know, where the voters who previously in earlier polls said they were supporting Robert F. Kennedy Jr., which candidate they're going to?
I mean, that's a good question, and I haven't looked at that too in depth in this round of polling, but what we have seen throughout this cycle is that Kennedy takes pretty much equally from both sides. Now, that doesn't mean that both sides are willing to just call it a wash and say, as long as he's taken from the other guy too, we're not going to worry about it. Both sides are very worried about this, and what they're trying to do is paint Kennedy as an extremist in the other camp. So to the Trump campaign, Kennedy is way to the left of Biden. The Biden campaign and Democrats are going to try to portray him as right-wing, especially on the issues of vaccines, on some of his more unusual positions. His position on abortion is sort of a riddle. So we're going to see both campaigns continue to try to take votes away from Kennedy and bring them back home to a two-party vote.
Well, Gregory, as we've said it many times already, an interesting election cycle, no doubt about it. Look forward to the next poll. Bloomberg News, White House, and politics reporter Gregory Cordy joining us from our bureau in D.C.
Hey, coming up in just a few minutes, from the U.S. election year, which continues to be full of twists and turns, to the surprising outcome of the weekend's French elections. We have that for you in just a few minutes. We're seeing a mixed market, the Dow lower, the S&P 500 barely higher, the NASDAQ higher right now by 0.2%.
All right, everybody, this is Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get a check on world and national news. Off to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. President Biden is doubling down on his plan to stay in the race. He spoke today on MSNBC's Morning Show.
I beat him last time. I'll beat him this time.
Biden has admitted his failures during the recent debate with Donald Trump. Well, today he threw some shade on Donald Trump during his MSNBC interview.
He's just a liar, and he hasn't done a damn thing since the debate. He's been riding around in a golf cart for 10 days or down in Mar-a-Lago talking with his wealthy friend.
Biden's appearance on MSNBC comes as his campaign sent a letter to congressional Democrats telling them to stop questioning his re-election chances and get on board. A Republican Party committee has approved a 2024 platform ahead of next week's Republican convention. Among the topics addressed are the migrant border crisis, cutting taxes, and boosting domestic energy production. What's missing is any mention of abortion, which is at the center of an intra-party clash among Republicans. Texas residents are still on edge as Beryl loses steam after making landfall this morning as a hurricane. It's been downgraded to a tropical storm now. Heavy rains and possible flooding are the latest risks. And it was a busy weekend for air travel, as predicted by the U.S. Transportation Security Administration. TSA officials say more than 3 million people passed through U.S. airport security Sunday, making it a new record. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. This is Bloomberg.
2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks advancing, S&P higher right now, little changed. If we do close higher, it will be a record on the S&P. It will also be the 35th record this year for the S&P 500 index. Right now, up 1.5568, little change. The Dow down 46, down 0.1%. NASDAQ up 34, a gain of 0.2%. 10-year yield 4.26%. The 2-year 4.61%. Spot gold down $35 the ounce, down 1.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude down 1.2%, 82.19 a barrel. ExxonMobil expects refining profits to drop due to lower margins across the industry, reducing earnings estimates for the second quarter. ExxonMobil right now down 1.5%. Again, recapping, stocks are trading mixed. The Dow lower, S&P higher, little changed, up by 1 point. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Well, you know, France has a new government. Many new lawmakers from the left-wing alliance that came first in Sunday's vote are focused on hiring advisors and moving into their offices in the National Assembly today. President Emmanuel Macron met with lawmakers from his party as representatives from across the political spectrum are really continuing to take stock of the situation.
And yet the lack of any clear winner in the French elections is being viewed with some relief by investors who speculated that there's unlikely to be any major policy changes while the government is deadlocked. We've got with us Oliver Crook. We turn our attention overseas. We're going to check in with him. He's Bloomberg News Europe correspondent. He joins us from Paris. So for those who may have stayed at the beach here in the U.S. a bit later yesterday and missed the news, remind us of what exactly was surprising with this outcome here, Oliver.
Yeah, Tim, what was surprising is that it was widely anticipated for weeks. The polls were showing it, reflecting it everywhere, that the far-right Marine Le Pen's party, a party that has been groping for power in France for decades, was expected to come in potentially first in the assembly and potentially come with an absolute majority. And that is absolutely not at all what happened. They ended up coming in third, and this sort of coalition of parties on the left came in first, and then it was even followed by Emmanuel Macron's sort of centrist party, despite his extreme unpopularity. So it really was a shock outcome as we saw the polls coming in last night. But we should say, Tim, that this was in the wake of basically a panicked few weeks here in France after Macron called this shock election. It's very unprecedented for the French president to call these sort of legislative snap elections, and it was done after the EU elections where his party had done so very poorly. So there was a sort of sigh of relief today, Tim, among the sort of political mainstream classes. But that relief has quickly faded as the reality of trying to govern this country with these sort of slapdash coalitions that really contain people with very different political views begins to dawn now, and basically a government that is not going to be sort of forthcoming. There is no clear answer as to who the prime minister would be, who will be able to rule, who will they actually chop up this coalition and ally each other. This is all in process right now. And by the way, we haven't even heard from Emmanuel Macron.
Well, that's what I was going to ask. So many questions here. No clear winner. I mean, I do wonder how this government will function. Investors like gridlock, but maybe folks down on the ground in France do not. They probably want to see some things done. Having said that, how will it function going forward, and what will be the role of President Macron?
Yeah, so this is the ultimate question. I mean, one thing that is for certain for Emmanuel Macron is that this is a leader of, Europe's second biggest country, second biggest economy, second most significant country in the EU that is extremely diminished. His role on the global stage is certainly diminished. I mean, he's also one of the great personalities of Europe within the EU, really trying to take that leadership role. The leader of Germany, Olaf Scholz, doesn't come with that sort of personality, hasn't really tried to engender that role. That has been widely diminished. I think that what markets are trying to wrap their head around is how sort of left-weighted is this left coalition going to be. You have firebrands like Jean-Luc Mélenchon, really radicals on the far left here. How influential will they be on the government? I mean, they've done some research of economic institutes about how much his plan would cost every year. It's up to $200 billion every single year if they get to institute that, right? France is already in a sort of precarious fiscal position. This is the sort of greatest fear for investors, though it seems to have been averted.
Oliver, you say that certainly Macron's stature has been diminished within Europe and within France, but I'm wondering if there's any way for him to spin this as relief or a positive outcome for him, given what the polls said earlier and given his whole reason to call the snap election.
Well, listen, he's been spinning this since the moment he called this election, and with varying degrees of success in terms of whether or not people want to believe him. He certainly will come out and say something. I mean, he's going to NATO later in the week on Thursday in D.C. You know, he's been one of the great sort of supporters of Ukraine. He's even talked about potentially boots on the ground in Ukraine, at least training troops. This is something that sort of made other Europeans bristle. But this is the kind of personality that he sort of brings to the office. But again, he needs to address the nation. He needs to speak. He's expected to at some point before he leaves. I mean, we will see how he tries to spin this, but it's very hard to say. I mean, people will say there is a certain relief in that he may have been partially vindicated, but it is very hard today to call this a win for Emmanuel Macron.
And I do wonder, too, you talked about, you know, the importance of Macron to the EU. How does the EU and France's global allies view all of this that's going on?
So this is very interesting. Another thing that sort of like escaped the headlines over the last couple of hours is that Marine Le Pen and her MEPs, or her members of European Parliament, they have left the group that they were a part of. They have joined now a new group with Viktor Orban, this sort of Patriots for Europe. It's a new group. Viktor Orban has been shunned by even a lot of the right wing within Europe because of his sort of sympathetic views to Russia. You now have Le Pen allied with him. So you have all of this going on in the background, trying to build these coalitions in the background in Europe. And let's not forget, the European continent is really struggling with its competitiveness. It is falling behind economically against blocs like China, the United States, where you have the Inflation Reduction Act, the CHIPS Act, and what Macron and other centrists and big personalities of Europe have called for is a bigger and stronger Europe, a capital markets union, banking union, really getting that capital flowing. That becomes a lot harder right now when within France you have the far right surging and the far left, neither of whom are fans of those ideas.
Okay, well, let's talk a little bit about the business and financial impact of a result such as this. What's the business community saying about this? What are markets saying?
Well, listen, there was the sort of worst-case scenario. This was a sort of worst-case scenario election. Everyone was sort of pricing something of a sort of political disaster for the business and markets community. That was averted. I mean, we had yields sort of tick up on French bonds this morning. I just checked them. They actually closed lower, so you had the sort of risk coming out of the market. That was a little bit surprising. But again, they're favoring deadlock at this point, which, again, how is that a good thing? If you're favoring a country that is not going to do anything, it gives you some idea of where the expectation was previously.
Well, and, you know, it's interesting. We are watching so many global elections, right, this year. I mean, what is it that explains kind of the churn that we have seen in the French elections, the surprising outcome ultimately, and this, you know, now goal to form some kind of coalition among some different parties? What is it that are some of the top issues when it comes to French voters?
Well, I think for many people in Europe, I mean, I'm usually based in Berlin, and you saw the exact same thing happen in Germany at the EU level. And in Germany, we have state elections in September. We're expecting the far right to win the majority, not a full majority, but to be the biggest party in 3 of the German states in East Germany. This is something that is happening everywhere. So the immigration issue is certainly one that is front and center for people. But again, this comes, again, against the business community, where in Germany and in France, you have an extreme labor shortage. For many of the politicians, the solution to that problem is by dealing with immigration and doing it in a way that you can attract people to try to support the economy and build the economy that you want to build, which they frankly cannot do right now.
So what are you keeping your eye on, and what should everybody keep their eye on as we look forward to NATO meeting this week?
Well, listen, we need to see. So, I mean, we were just in Kyiv. I was in Kyiv last week, where we sat down with President Zelensky and spoke to him. And really front and center for him is he's got all of this uncertainty that he is dealing with, right? Who is going to win the election in the United States in November? Is it going to be Joe Biden? Is it going to be Donald Trump? How does that bear on support for Ukraine? How does it bear for NATO? There is really only one sort of election where the sort of outcome, despite the fact that it was a sort of 180, you still have the sort of strong support for NATO and Ukraine, and that is the United Kingdom. So you have all of these leaders meeting together, and you'll know this better than I do about the situation right now in the United States and Joe Biden in his own stature. I think it's very difficult for many of these leaders to come there, have these conversations, and look as strong as they need to look in the face of Putin, who, by the way, just bombed several Ukrainian cities today, including hitting Kyiv.
Yeah, interesting times, no doubt about it, as you look around the globe and all of these elections. Oliver, thank you so much. We know it's getting late there in Paris, so appreciate being able to check in with you. Bloomberg News Europe correspondent Oliver Crook, as he mentioned, the CAC 40 did end down about 0.6%, that after an earlier rally earlier in the session today.
Okay, well, no rally happening here in the U.S. The Dow and the S&P 500 are lower. The NASDAQ, though, is higher. Still to come, light at the end of the Gateway Tunnel project?
Could it be?
Could it be?
One more thing.
your company news headlines on Bloomberg Radio.
From Bloomberg World Headquarters, I'm Charlie Pellet. We begin with a developing story. United Airlines says another of its Boeing aircraft lost a main landing gear wheel while taking off today. It is a near repeat of an incident that occurred in March that helped trigger a federal safety review of the carrier. No one was hurt on Flight 1001, a Boeing 757 that took off from L.A. around 7:16 this morning and then landed at Denver International. The tire was found in Los Angeles. Shares of Boeing, they're trading higher by 0.3%. As for UAL, right now we have got United shares. They are trading little changed. Again, Paramount Global agreeing to merge with Skydance Media in a deal that hands control of the storied Hollywood studio to producer David Ellison, ending one of the industry's most dramatic acquisitions. Paramount Global lower now by 4.4%. Some of the other stories that we're following for you today: Corning, the maker of glass for TVs and optical fiber cable, reported preliminary core sales for the second quarter of about $3.6 billion. That was ahead of estimates of $3.41 billion. ServiceNow shares are lower today after Guggenheim cut its rating to sell, saying the software company's valuation does not match future risks. Solar Edge Technologies higher today after B of A upgraded the renewable energy equipment company to neutral, saying the stock is already pricing in the worst-case scenario, including the inventory write-downs and liquidity constraints. The stock now higher by 7.2%. And those are our top company stories at this hour, and this is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Messer and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
It is Bloomberg Business Week. Let's get a check on the latest world and national news. We got Nancy Lyons in the Bloomberg 99.1 newsroom in Washington, D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Tim. President Biden says it's time for the party drama to end. In a letter to congressional Democrats, he said the question of whether to move forward has been well aired for over a week now following his poor debate performance. And he says it's time for the revolt to end. He spoke earlier today on MSNBC's Morning Joe and said Donald Trump had a lousy debate as well and showed his true colors.
He's a pathological liar. He lied about Roe. He refused to accept the outcome of the election. He refused to condemn January 6th, and he says, they claim, he spoke with Putin before he invaded. What the hell are we doing?
Biden speaking on MSNBC. His letter was sent from the campaign to lawmakers as they return to Washington after their July 4th recess. Officials in Ukraine say a major Russian missile attack has killed at least 36 people and injured more than 150 others across the country. One missile struck a large children's hospital in the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Emergency crews have been searching the rubble for casualties. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said on social media today's Russian barrage targeted 5 Ukrainian cities with nearly 40 missiles. NATO leaders are expected to discuss Ukraine's future when they gather in Washington this week for a NATO summit, marking the 75th anniversary of the alliance. Since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, NATO has added 2 new members, Finland and Sweden, bringing the total now to 32. Global news 24 hours a day and whenever you want it with Bloomberg News Now. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Carol and Tim.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. Well, all right, everybody, get out your pen and your paper or you pull out your phone because mark this date on your calendar. 2035. Tim, it's an important one.
It's an important one.
2035.
That's when the long-awaited Gateway Project Tunnel, the New York City rail tunnel that connects New York and New Jersey to allow Amtrak trains and New Jersey Transit trains to go hopefully more seamlessly between the two land masses.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I was going to say, don't hold your breath, Carol, but the money is appearing. The money is here.
The money's there. So
yeah, at least the federal portion of it.
Yeah, the Federal Transit Administration now ponying up another almost close to $6.9 billion. So now in total, there's about $16 billion, right, that have gone to actually $16 billion in total, but it's $12 billion that's coming from the federal government.
Yes. securing the funding brings the federal share of the project's total cost to more than 70%, its portion nearing $12 billion. That's according to a press release today. The remainder of the project's costs are covered by New York, New Jersey, and the port authorities of New York and New Jersey. The new tunnel will be in service by 2035, and during that time, they're also going to rehab the existing tunnel. That'll be complete by 2038.
Yeah.
Can you believe how long this is taking?
A long time. They wanted to get the funding, though, ahead of the November election, kind of tie it up, get it done, so that they didn't kind of have to necessarily potentially deal, I guess, with a new administration. Having said that, you were really funny. You're like, now, you know, right now, what goes on is you have New Jersey Transit, Amtrak trains all have to pass through a one-way in, one-way out.
Right. It's
That's
a tiny tunnel. It's a century old. You can't have two trains in there at a time. One way, as Carol mentioned.
Yeah.
The train has to be completely out, then another train can come in from the other direction. To put things mildly, if you've ridden New Jersey Transit, I think it's fair to say it's a mess.
Paul Sweeney, feel free to call in right now.
He might be stuck on the train right now.
He might. Anyway, Gateway program looks like it's finally going ahead. You know, there's been back and forth, a lot of political goings on. So interesting that it's finally moving ahead. Big, hopefully easing some of the congestion between New York and New Jersey. We feel it.
Calendar marked. More than a decade from now.
All right, coming up, do not go anywhere. We're going to check in certainly on the market trade. A lot coming up this week. We're also going to get into the new age of trading.
Yeah, why the meme stock fever has not broken. Also, money and promises. Why to understand finance, you need to look to the Republic of Pisa in the 12th century. All that and more coming up on Bloomberg Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, we're just about 60 minutes away, 6-0 from the close of trading on this Monday, July 8th. We've got stocks little changed here. It's a big week, though.
Yeah, it is a really big week. We're going to hear from Jay Powell, earnings start. We're going to check in with Red Brown a little later in the show. And it's not just some of the big banks that are reporting this week, Carol, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, Citi. We also got Delta Airlines reporting, too. So you can look forward to that.
Yeah,
They're kicking off earnings season.
Yeah, and we'll see whether, we could, if we get gains in both the S&P and the NASDAQ 100, we could see another set of records.
I mean, right now, that's what it's looking like.
Exactly. So do earnings ultimately live up to it?
35, I believe, would be for the S&P 500.
Yeah, keeping track.
You were gone a few days last week.
We've run out of fingers, I know.
Yeah, after 31, I lost track, I'll be honest. Hey, speaking of the markets, we're living in a new age of finance. Why the meme stock fever has not broken.
Love this story. I feel like we're finally putting some numbers to what is going on, especially how the younger generation trades. Money and promises, Tim mentioned this. Why to understand finance, you really need to look to the Republic of Pisa in the 12th century.
Okay, get out that history book.
History, right?
Yeah.
Got to look backwards to understand what's coming up.
Also, how about a trip to Cabo San Lucas?
Let's go.
Yeah, you want to?
I'm ready.
All right, we'll talk to the director of the Los Cabos Tourism Board. He's going to make his case for visiting Cabo.
Let's go, let's go. All right, first off, I heard him chuckle before. Let's get a check on the trading day. Here is Charlie Bella.
Thank you very much. Road trip in order for Bloomberg Business Week. We have got the Dow trading lower, S&P, NASDAQ. They are both advancing right now. 1 point gain, little change. NASDAQ higher. Any green on the screen for NASDAQ and the S&P will be another record. Yes, we are keeping track. I can confirm that the S&P does advance. Today it will be the 35th record this year. Again, the S&P down 0.1%. S&P right now just about flat on the day. We've got NASDAQ up by about 0.2%. Our Abigail Doolittle will have a whole lot more on the markets coming up for us shortly. 10-year yield 4.26%. The 2-year 4.61%. Spot gold hard hit today down 1.5%, 23.57 the ounce. Drop right now, again, 1.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude lower by 1.2%. WTI at 82.12 for a barrel of WTI. Lucid Group beat expectations for quarterly production and deliveries, sending the automaker's shares higher as it shook off concerns about a slowdown in the EV market. Lucid up by 3.1%, rival Tesla up 0.6%, Rivian up now by about 4.5%. And again, repeating a developing story, United Airlines says another of its Boeing aircraft lost a main landing gear